We should probably check just at the 1 hour mark to make sure nothing weird happens because of that.
I don't think so. I'm pretty sure it's just being silly. Because remember before, whenever we would stream and it would be like, you've been live for 24 hours when we just started stream?
I do remember that. Hello, everyone. Oh, God, I jump scared myself with my own voice from my
Audio jump scare.
Okay, well, our audio sounds good. And I did hear the game in there. I completely forgot, though, to switch over the screen. So here we are. Welcome back.
Oh.
There you go. Should be on it now. We'll give it
And
a second.
you all doubted us. You said we would never come back to Danganronpa.
I don't think anyone was saying that. I don't.
You said that Thursday, Sunday streams are over.
I don't
and
think anyone said that at all, actually.
And yet, here they are.
I think
Well, at least
our
one
audience
of
was pretty reasonable and understanding in the fact that we had many complications that led us to not be able to stream the last 3 times we normally would have streamed.
They called us quitters.
Well, after
We're
nearly
not
half a
quitters.
month. Actually, was it the last 3 or the last 4?
It's been a lot.
It's been at least like half a month.
Mm,
So, it's been a while.
yeah.
So, what happened last time?
People are dying again.
Well, yeah, I know. Like, everyone woke up in the morning, and then we had Genji take us out to the shed where he unlocked it and pulled it up, and all the dead bodies were in there. But, like,
Yeah.
what happened before that?
Monokuma put the new motivation of being a ton of money.
Yes. Yes.
And then there was the new floor that had the physics lab. That had the
Yes, the
mysterious
strange-
machine.
Yeah, the weird air filter in it.
Mm-hmm. As well as the art room.
Which is where we found Taka dead.
Yeah.
Double murder for this one.
Yep.
Taka and
Taka.
Hifumi are the 2 deadlings.
After Celeste was attacked.
After Celeste was attacked by a strange figure in a robot
Robo
suit,
Justice.
who the unaccounted people when all this was going down was oh god, I'm having to remember all the names right now.
Hiro, I'm pretty sure, was unaccounted for.
Yes, Hiro was unaccounted for, and I can only remember her as Dang Burnkastel. What's her real name?
Oh, Kyoko?
Kyoko, yes, I remember. I did remember it started with a K. I remembered that,
Yeah.
but I couldn't remember the rest of it.
Oh, and I
Kyoko
think,
was also unaccounted for.
Byakuya and Toko, those 2 were doing their thing, right? Like no one knew where they were
Yes, but I
until
think
they suddenly showed up.
weren't they cleared though for after everything kind of kicked off somehow? I don't remember how, or were they?
I think so. We teamed up with them before we found Celeste,
Yes.
but I don't know if they were with us in that like hour gap where we were just waiting in the cafeteria.
Yeah, they were not. Which that was a whole thing. Is we knew that the initial Robo Justice attacker couldn't have been obviously ourselves, or Aoi or Sakura, because we met in the cafeteria that morning, and there was a whole thing where like we broke it down with Celeste, where we were like, okay, it couldn't have been the 3 of us because we weren't here. But who's to say, because it's a costume, that it had to have been the same person every time, right? It could have been multiple people, because that has been brought up, the idea of one person can help a blackened. For what reason you would, I don't know.
But you can.
It's kind of stupid too, but yeah, you can help a blackened. The option is there. So
There was another catch to it too. Oh, also on the 3rd floor was that rec room with all the games and stuff. That's where we found Celeste.
Yes, that was the new room. That was the new thing, and then that's where the Robo Justice assault occurred. Before Robo Justice, well, did they flee, or was it they saw Hifumi and then like abducted him? That's what happened, isn't it?
There was only a picture. There was a picture of him like taking Hifumi.
Yeah.
but we never actually saw Robo Justice.
And
We
then
just saw his picture.
Supposedly, Hifumi got taken to the library where we found him, and he was bleeding. So everyone was like, "Oh, let's take him down to the nurse's office." So we took him down to the nurse's office, and then everyone was like, "Okay, gang, we gotta find Robo Justice now. Let's all leave Hifumi here. Surely nothing bad will happen."
Yeah.
Then Hifumi died.
Yeah.
But as well as the not so obvious death, which was Taka's death, which was the one we had just discovered, I believe, right before we ended stream.
Yep.
So
And it all happened very quickly.
yes. With that recap done, let's go ahead and get back in the game.
Yeah, now it's time to find some clues and find the perp.
The game will begin from where you left off.
Chapter 1.
Was that chapter 1? Whoops.
I was gonna say, I was like, chapter 1.
Yeah, we're actually restarting the whole game, guys.
Yeah, I can't remember anything. We're starting over.
I gotta go down here.
There we go.
Chapter 3.
Yes. Danganronpa. That's more like it.
Oh, that's right. And dang, what's her name?
Toko.
Yeah, she flipped back to being not the crazy one. So she's like, she passed out because of the blood,
She doesn't like the blood.
the pink paint.
Mm-hmm.
Our body is
All right.
governed.
Start going, buddy.
Sorry, I was taking a sip. Okay, let's see if I can remember all my controls for this. I remembered
Yeah,
that
easy.
one.
You got it.
All right, let's take a look at you here, bub. Oh, I gotta remember all the voices too. Taka.
You got that one right.
Damn it! Why did this happen? Well, someone wants to get out.
His hair's back to being black again.
Yeah, I don't know what was going on with that. Another
Yeah.
hammer. 4. Now it's Justice Hammer 4, and it's even bigger than before.
Oh my gosh, Dr. Seuss.
Is that suspicious individual responsible for killing Taka too? Nah, just
Taka too?
Someone got the.
Sorry.
We got our little rolling pallet over here. A dolly? No, I can't afford to waste time on this. I'm calling it right now. That's gonna be important somehow, and right now the game's just being like, no, it's not important. It's
You
not.
don't know that.
I hate when the game does the no. This clearly isn't important. We shouldn't look at this right now. And then 20 minutes from now, it's gonna be like Byakuyo's gonna be like, "Have you looked at the dolly? Have you?
Yeah.
Look at it closer. Look at." Oh, blue pipes. Oh my God!
It's a trap.
I can't be bothered with a tarp right now. Tarp? What do you mean tarp?
I guess it's a tarp. Whoa, mono coins though.
What? Is
It's like
that
folded
a tarp?
up neatly. I think it's like super folded neatly.
Okay.
Or it's 3 folded ones. Either way.
Okay, I could see it being 3 folded ones. Okay.
Yeah.
I thought it was like some kind of blue tubes stacked
Oh, no.
together, and so I thought he was just stupid. How you doing, Toko?
Toko, what do you have to say about this?
Toko? Don't tell me, Toko too?
I made another one. Relax. She just passed out when she saw the blood.
The blood? Oh, that's right. When Toko is Toko, she has a fear of blood, huh?
We've tried everything to get her to wake up, but no luck. Just leave her be for now.
It's like he said. I should just leave her alone for now.
Put her on the dolly.
But why is it Justice Hammer 4? Huh? What do you mean?
Celeste was attacked with Justice Hammer 1. Then Hifumi was hit with Justice Hammer 2.
Where's Justice Hammer 3?
But this time, it was Justice Hammer 4. What happened to number 3?
It's like that one senior prank that those high schoolers did where they just didn't have the pig labeled Pig 3 so that they always thought there was a third pig somewhere.
I was thinking they just don't know how to count the killer.
Or that too. They were actually doubling the number every time.
Ooh, there you go. What's the matter?
Well, when you mentioned Justice Hammer 3, you just reminded me.
Out with it. Do you know something?
Did we find a Justice Hammer 3? I don't remember. Oh. They don't know. That's right, because we split up. I forgot we split into 2 groups.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, Taka's not the only one that's been killed. Hifumi's dead too.
What? Hifumi's been killed?
Yeah.
Which is why you came to get us. Then we better go check it out.
Of course. Come on.
So, Sakura, Byakuya, and I rushed out of the physics lab. But as soon as we were out of the physics lab... Up! Celeste, aren't you supposed to be waiting in the nurse's office?
Something has come up.
Yeah, I heard. Hifumi is dead, right?
Well, that is not all. It is gone.
Huh? What's gone?
It has disappeared.
Disappeared?
Hifumi's body has disappeared.
What?
What are you talking about? It's disappeared. Don't be ridiculous. Come on. Are you serious?
What the heck is happening here? Everyone, back to the nurse's office.
Yeah, Sakura.
Did you just like turn around and then it was gone? Did you?
Yeah, it was very Scooby-Dooey.
You were supposed to be in the room with it. You were...
It like went behind a false back panel or something.
It was Beatrice. She got rid of it with magic.
True, I know that's right, man.
Oh, if only it was Beatrice.
I removed it with Monokuma.
I practically leapt down the stairs, nearly losing my balance. I reached the nurse's office completely out of breath.
Actually, it really is gone.
I couldn't believe my eyes. Hifumi's body was still right there. No, Hifumi's body was there just a few minutes earlier. Celeste is actually just insane.
Yeah.
It just disappeared?
Me and Celeste went to the bathroom.
Why?
You couldn't hold it?
You couldn't go one at a time?
I understand why not to do that, because there's this Robo Justice. So, like, sure.
But
yeah,
like,
you either
couldn't
hold it,
You could
or honestly, in this situation, pee in a corner,
pee in
and
a
we'll
cup.
clean it later.
Yeah, exactly.
We'll get to it.
Pee in the plant. Pee.
But we were only gone for like a minute. And then, when we got back... This must be the work of the culprit. They must have come and carried the body away. They must be really enjoying this. Enjoying the sight of us standing around, frightened and confused. We're all going to die here.
Oh my gosh.
We're going to die just like those guys died.
I don't believe this. I don't believe a body would just disappear.
You do terribly on Rokenjima, Byakuya.
First, there were 2 murders, and now one of the bodies has been taken? This is unnatural.
Hold on. What do you mean 2 murders?
Because they don't know either.
Taka's been killed. We found him in the equipment room.
No way!
It can't be Taka 2?
No, Taka 1.
It can't be. It can't be. No!
Hina, calm down.
We're all gonna die. All of us. They can kill all of us.
Then who might the next target be? Toko?
Huh?
I completely forgot. You guys didn't bring Toko! Why?
She forgot!
You literally could have just carried her!
Sakura's probably the only one that could have, and she forgot.
I completely forgot.
Actually, I completely forget.
She's still unconscious in the equipment room.
You left her at the scene of the crime?
We didn't have a choice. She passed out, and she refused to wake up.
Also, like, shake her. Oh, like,
Her insolence knows no bounds.
So she is still unconscious?
Wait, so you knew she was still up there and said nothing? Why?
That annoying little insect that clings to me wherever I go. We'd be better off without her.
you bastard!
Calm down. You forgot about her, didn't you? You have no right to blame me.
Stop fighting! Everyone, stop fighting! Right now, we need to hurry back.
I can't take this anymore. I don't want anyone else to die.
Byakuya, if something's happened to Toko, I'll never forgive you.
We shot out of the nurse's office and bolted up the stairs, heading back to the 3rd floor. We ran back to the equipment room at full speed. And when we got there... See, she's fine.
Yeah.
Toko! And now Taka's gone.
True.
Thank God you're okay. But right away I noticed there was something very different here. Surprisingly, not too much of a smear where he was dragged off. In fact, wait, there's 2 suspiciously wheel-like marks.
I wonder.
Is the dolly here?
Let's see. I wonder. Maybe it'll
The
zoom out
very
in a minute.
non-important dolly that we shouldn't have
Wasn't
worried
important.
about. It was gone. Taka's body, which should have been right there, had disappeared. Hey, I don't think it's there.
Has it been 20 minutes yet, or did we undershoot it?
I think it's been less.
Yeah, okay. This can't be happening.
Are we hallucinating all this or something?
No, it's not a hallucination. I know I saw it before. And what I'm seeing now isn't what I saw before.
That line goes crazy.
People die when they're killed.
Yes.
What? Are you saying Taka disappeared too?
Stop saying disappeared. It didn't just vanish into thin air. Obviously, whoever did this has hidden the body.
But why would they do that?
I couldn't possibly begin to imagine.
I don't know, maybe if you investigated the body, it might give you some clues as to who killed them or for what reason or with what.
Anyway, our costume suspect is clearly continuing his crime spree. We gotta hurry up and catch him before he kills all of us.
You can't do that, there's a rule. Oh, I don't think you have to worry about that. Think about it. Who could possibly be responsible for killing and hiding these dead bodies? When Hifumi's death cry went up, everyone here was together on the 3rd floor.
It is so.
After that, we split into 2 groups.
And now this time, you all came here as a group from the nurse's office. In other words, the only ones who could have done this are Hiro and Kyoko, who are still missing.
Hold on a second. Kyoko has an alibi for when Celeste and Hifumi were attacked. There's no question that she was in the dining hall with us.
You seem very adamant about defending her. Perhaps you are in love?
What? That's not it at all.
Well, anyway. Yes, I do accept Kyoko's alibi.
That only clears her for when Celeste and Hifumi were attacked, not the later stuff.
Which means the suspicious individual we're looking for can be none other than Hiro.
Which further means there will be no more murders. The regulations are very clear about that.
Oh, that's right. There's a rule that says you can only kill a maximum of 2 people.
As long as that rule is in place, there will not be a third murder. If they were to break that rule...
I'd mince ya! Mince ya without a second thought! Mince ya, grind ya, turn ya into paste! By the way, did you know that fish paste can also refer to shellfish like shrimp or crabs?
Thanks.
Indeed.
Let's see.
So, since 2 people have been killed, there is no possibility of any more.
You knew that from the beginning, didn't you, Byakuya? Which means you knew Toko was never in danger.
I still meant it when I said we'd be better off without her, though. Anyway, with that in mind, we can now relax and search for the 2 missing bodies.
The 2 missing bodies. 2 people have been killed, and their bodies have been hidden. The only one without an alibi, the only one who could have done it, is Hiro. I feel like that's not going to be the case somehow.
I don't know, it's pretty suspicious, Walt.
But is he really the killer? And what about Kyoko? If she's not involved in the case, where did she go?
Hey, Makoto, what's the matter?
Huh? Oh no, it's nothing.
Whatever. We need to find those bodies, or our little narrative here can't move forward.
So then,
Very well. Let us split up and begin searching.
It's a weird way to phrase it.
Yeah. But what?
There is no need to be afraid. No more murders will take place during this case. I know that. I think I do. But
If you're still nervous, I'll come with you.
okay. Thank you.
No need to thank me.
Then let's get moving. Yell out if you find anything.
Byakuya left the equipment room, followed by the others. I have to try and find the 2 missing bodies. Alright,
Yes,
I'm free.
I would agree with our chatter. Danganronpa is a fun game.
Nah. This has been awful actually. It's been the worst experience I've ever had in gaming.
Oh my gosh.
Anything?
How are
I just
you?
wanna check these rooms before we leave them. We
Fine,
just left
thank
Toko
you.
in here again.
She'll be alright.
Is
there a dolly here?
Taka's entire body has disappeared, leaving behind nothing but a bloodstain.
There's no dolly, Walt! There's no dolly!
This is a tarp. I don't see anything out of the ordinary here. Nothing worth thinking about too much. Okay.
What's that?
When Toko is, yeah, fear of blood. Nothing you have to worry about it. Okay. The hammer. He's real.
Justice Emma!
Yup. Okay. Okay, I guess there's nothing else in the room. And there didn't appear
Now
to
we're
be
in
anything new out here. Alright, Well, if I were Taka, where would I get up and walk myself to as a corpse? Because clearly no one actually killed him and his head just did that.
Mm-hmm.
Check the class.
Me personally, I'm invested in the hammers.
Yeah?
Mm-hmm.
What about the hammers?
They're cool.
This...
Justice Emma!
The classrooms don't get used that much.
No. I think it's largely because, with all the fantastical stuff.
I didn't expect so quickly to get interaction. I did.
Boom!
Makoto,
Why are you just standing there? We need to get to the repository.
Huh? You mean...
indeed.
I found them.
That was quick. That.
Well, we'll be on the same floor.
Hifumi and Taka's bodies have both been hidden in the repository.
I've already told Hina and Sakura. We'll go on ahead.
Their bodies were in the repository? Okay.
But yeah, like, the classrooms generally aren't that impressive compared to the other rooms, so it's like, let's use the cool rooms, you know?
Now, I'm assuming this is the repository.
Yeah, it's the back of the art room, yeah. At least I'm pretty sure.
Are the bodies here somewhere?
Is this the repository, Makoto?
Up ahead is the repository. That answers your question. That the doorknob turned.
Oh,
I don't normally
God.
do that. I guess it's unlocked. And I have no choice but to go inside. So I opened the door. And when I entered, I saw...
No.
The two bodies that had disappeared were right there. The smell of blood made me gag. I'm still kind of concerned that we haven't found the other two who have been missing this whole time.
They'll be alright. You can't kill more than 2 people.
What I saw before my eyes was unquestionable. There can be things worse than death. Unavoidable, unwavering reality. And then I heard the announcement for a second time.
I think this is voiced right. I don't have to.
A body has been discovered. After a certain amount of time, which you may use however you like, the class trial will begin.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
And so here we are. Without
Sorry. I don't know why that made me laugh.
without further ado, let me give you all the next Monokuma file.
Okay.
I was going to hand them out when you found the bodies the first time, but I thought something
Might happen. Okay. I thought I was gonna say something like this might happen, but it didn't, so that like threw me for a loop.
It was really hard to resist, but turns out I was right.
Man, that's crazy that you just like had a hunch, you know, that something was gonna happen, and you just like felt it, that it was off.
Just hand it over already.
Punishment is waiting for you.
Now, make sure to investigate with all of your mental might and prepare for the class trial.
See ya later.
Okay, see you later.
Well then, now that we've found the bodies, all that's left is to uncover the culprit.
Hold on. How can you be so calm? I mean, they're dead, you know? Dead! Gone forever! They're never coming back! Awful. This is all just too awful.
Hina suddenly burst into tears. She clutched at Hifumi's lifeless body.
Who would do this? Why? Why?
Large, wet tears fell from her eyes. The tears landed on Hifumi's cheeks. If this were some world of make-believe, that might have been when Hifumi opened his eyes. But this wasn't a movie. This wasn't...
He's alive again? Where am I?
Guys, we really gotta be checking out these bodies before we just decide that people are dead.
Cold. So cold. Is winter coming? Hifumi! Wake up! Huh? That's right. I remember now. Hope's Peak. Come on, you gotta wake up! I remember everything before I met you all.
Is there gonna be some kind of weird memory whole plot going on behind all this where like they all lost their dang memories too now?
What do you mean?
I met you all.
Oh, I
you're
guess,
not
yeah,
gonna read that one.
Byakuya.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, yeah, no, you have to read that one, actually. You
All
have...
right. His memories are all blending together. He has nothing useful to offer us.
The light. It's reaching out to me. Like the tail of a comet.
Hey, Hifumi! Who was it? Who attacked you? Who tried to kill you?
Who killed me? That's right. I remember their name.
And I'm just not gonna get it out in time before I finally die for real.
Yasu. Hiro.
Well, that's pretty condemning.
Dang.
Well,
I didn't expect him to actually get it.
when he said Yasu at first, that
Yeah,
spooked me.
yeah, no, I was like, huh?
Oh my gosh.
I knew she was real. I knew she existed between the worlds.
World's ultimate witch.
I'm coming for you, my love.
What a world that would be.
His eyes closed, and they never opened again.
Can you imagine that?
What?
Sayo Yasuda gets admitted to Hope's Peak Academy as ultimate witch.
She'd win. She'd...
Yeah.
Nah, she'd win. I believe in her.
I just don't want to imagine what she would do with all these freaks running around her.
Honestly, I'd probably be rooting for her.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Get him, Yasu! Get him! Fuck him up! Death
Anyway.
for the second time. Absolute, undeniable death. Now, I feel like you're really hyping it up that it's permanent when the last time you said it was, he opened his eyes.
Have we even checked Taka?
No, we have not! No matter how many more of Hina's tears splashed his face, there was no second miracle. Reality set in again.
This isn't some stereotypical fantasy world. Tears can't restore a person's vitality.
Honestly. You have no tears, do you? No blood in your veins, no calcium in your bones. At least you have your meat.
Stop talking.
You're just angry. Going out of his way to return, just to leave us with those unnecessary dying words. Now this game has become exceedingly boring.
He said, Yasuhiro, right?
Give it a moment. Hello?
Maybe?
Hello?
Hi.
Something, I don't know what happened, but something bad happened on my end. So,
I was gonna say, I'm almost positive somehow your internet just blew up.
okay, well, I'm got audio back on my end of the stream.
Cause you suddenly just stopped. The video stopped loading for me,
Yep.
and the stream stopped.
Yeah, no, I
Everything
was watching.
just stopped.
I was watching the whole thing. My OBS disconnected from the internet, as did my YouTube and Discord, all at the same time.
Yeah,
I don't know what happened,
terrifying.
but we're okay now, I think. We're okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Alright, last thing we got was a Celeste line that started with the...
Oh god, I don't remember how to go to the log.
I don't remember either.
Nope. That put it on auto. I
Oh.
don't want that.
Normally it would be scrolling up, but I don't think you can. Okay,
Nope,
hold on.
that's not doing it. Yep. I might need assistance.
Yep.
Transcript is F2.
That's exactly what I thought. Dang it. Okay, so it was just that is the one. Yeah, that is the only person. That's what it
That
was.
is the only person he could have been referring to.
You missed it too, because I was expecting you to react to me saying something after that, but you didn't, and so that's why I was like, what's happening? Because I said, that's not true. It's not. It could not be the only person he's referring to, because that is just a name. He didn't say the last name. He said Yasuhiro. Oh. So it could be an entirely other Yasuhiro that he somehow has strange memories of, because apparently he remembered some weird stuff that none of us are remembering.
Yasuhiro's younger or older brother or sister.
Or just another guy named Yasuhiro. Or just...
No.
Yeah.
Alright. And with that, the case is solved.
Assaulting people, and even killing Taka and Hifumi. And then going so far as to hide their bodies. A criminal that hides his face behind a mask and uses a bunch of giant wooden hammers. Is that what Hiro is? Hey look, also hammers are gone.
What is this?
If it's true, I can't forgive him. No way I can ever forgive him. To kill two of our friends.
Anyway, it's about time we track down the culprit in our little life or death game here. Although, this time it's not all that life or death. The trial will conclude without much trouble.
It feels too easy.
Yes, it does look that way.
It's going to begin again.
It's happening again.
We have to go through this one more time. I don't like not being allowed to look for clues. I'm being constrained. I'm being...
Your favorite type of gum is gonna come back in style, Levi.
What?
Sorry, I'm Twin Peaks maxing.
Okay, I had no connection to that whatsoever. I have to accept it. I have no choice but to go through with this to make sure everyone survives. I just have to do it.
That's usually a great segue for investigation start.
Okay.
Yep.
I do get to look around. First, I better check the Monokuma file.
I love the investigation music.
The victims were Hifumi Yamada and Kiyotaka Ishimaru. The cause of their death for each was a blow to the head. It is thought that they were both killed with a similar weapon. The Justice Hammer. That's it?
Very strange.
Yeah, it's pretty strange. We got way less information this time than before.
It's because Monokuma hates you.
That is no problem. After all, the events of this case unfolded before our very eyes. We should know more about what happens as the Monokuma file could anyway.
Maybe.
There's something else that's bothering me. Someone else has been missing for quite a while.
Are you talking about Kyoko?
Without a doubt. She has an alibi for when Celeste and Hifumi were attacked. But what if the killer wasn't acting alone? What if they had an accomplice?
An accomplice?
An accomplice?
You got him all hot and bothered by saying that, Makoto.
What are you doing here?
Don't be rude. I'm here to answer your question.
What question?
You're talking about accomplices, right? I'm pretty sure I explained it before, didn't I? During the first class trial.
Speaking of which, I'd like to ask the bear, if there is an accomplice, do they also become blackened?
So you ask, and so I shall answer. Each murder is allowed to have an accomplice, but only the one who does the killing will get to graduate.
So in other words, two people can work together, but one of them has no chance of profiting from it.
Then there's no way anyone would work together, right?
Unless they're suicidal.
In other words,
Or like crazy. Or like...
Very weird seeing that, because like when we heard that last, it was in the rotating class trial mode.
Yeah.
Very weird seeing it with just the normal. Anyway.
Yeah.
So basically, you can be an accomplice if you want, but there's no gratification in it.
Unless you're just in it for the game. The love of the game.
The love of the game.
So are you saying nobody worked together this time either?
Sorry, can't answer that. It would obstruct the free exchange of information between you guys. I just want to make sure you don't forget, no matter how much you might assist in a murder, only one blackened can graduate. An accomplice gets nothing!
So, in other words,
Then we only need to figure out who that one blackened is that did the killing, right? Just like normal.
Okay, let me take this opportunity to clarify the whole shebang. In this class trial, what you need to determine is the one true blackened who devised the murder plot and put it into action.
The true blackened. So just one person.
That's enough for explainifying. Now it's down to the final battle between all of you and the blackened. Good luck to all the contestants.
So there can only be one blackened. An accomplice wouldn't benefit. Then I can't see any way Kyoko would be connected to this case after all.
You may be right.
If that's true, then Kyoko, where are you?
However, as long as she's not connected to the case, it doesn't matter. Let's get back to the investigation.
I have absolutely no doubts that Hiro is responsible. But for the time being, I suppose it can't hurt to pursue further information. You know, don't you think we should consider a certain someone a suspect just in case? I'm talking about the murderous fiend, Genocide Jack.
Oh gosh, he's back.
What? I'm offended.
You. When did you...
I've been looking for you all over for you, Master. When I woke up, you were nowhere to be found. Anyway, you there, milk sack swimmer girl.
Milk sack?
Why do I gotta be a suspect?
Well, I mean, you are a serial killer.
So what? I'm like a special guest suspect every time? I have an alibi, you know.
She's right about that. When we heard Hifumi scream, she was with me. And when the bodies disappeared, she was still lying unconscious in the equipment room. Plus, Taka's body aside, I can't imagine any way she would have been able to move Hifumi's body.
Dang.
Besides, I calculate every move I make. I'm not gonna kill someone without everyone knowing, or when everyone knows what I look like. They don't call me the murderous fiend for nothing!
That's not the kind of thing you should be bragging about.
Let's see.
On another topic, should we post a guard by the bodies like before? We can't have them disappearing again.
So then, Hina and I can handle that. You don't mind, do you, Hina?
Sure. It'd be totally useless on the investigation anyway.
it's all clear now.
Then that's that. Let's begin.
This whole thing is so strange. All but one of us has an alibi, so figuring out who did it should be obvious, right? But maybe it's just me, but I don't think it's going to be as straightforward as it seems. Monokuma file number 3 has been added to the Truth Bullet section of your handbook.
Alright. What are we... Is there something you want to look at? Look at that really big canvas.
It's a dolly. It doesn't have a handle. There are 3 visible handles on it.
There's no handle, man.
I saw this in the art room before. I guess it's used to move statues around? It's kind of awkward, but if you bend down, it's not too hard to use. Huh? But wait. Wasn't this in the equipment room when we found Taka's body?
We're looking at about 38 minutes.
Okay. And look at the wheel. There's a blood stain on it. So, there's blood on the wheel of the dolly that was moved from the equipment room to the repository. What's the explanation for that? It's quite obvious, I think.
I don't get it.
Especially if you go back and look at the blood stain that has 2 wheel tracks.
Even still, though, in fairness, this doesn't answer a whole lot of questions, really.
True. I mean, it just means...
Not by itself.
Taka was most likely moved here on the dolly, but why?
Yeah, exactly.
Repository dolly has been added to the truth bullet section of your handbook. I'm just butthurt about it because I'm over here being like, we should be taking account of everything at all times. And then Makoto's like, that's not important right now. You're stupid. And then later it turns out to be important, and I'm like, I hate you. I hate you.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Anything with Taka?
How about that tarp?
Taka, he'll never move again. You're really like, with these two, you're really on it about like death being permanent and forever for some reason, even though you've seen like 3 other people die now.
I didn't really like the other one.
I did. According to the Monokuma file, he died from a blow to the head. We found Justice Hammer 4 near his body in the equipment room. Is that what was used to kill him? And there's a tar plate out under his body. Did the killer use this to move Taka's body? That way there wouldn't be any blood left behind while the body was moved. Blue tarp has been added to the truth bullet section. Now can I look at the tarp separately? No. Okay. Hifumer.
Yeah.
Hifumi's big cold body is laying on the floor. Did you have to include his really big body?
It's important.
I mean, how on earth was the killer able to move someone so big? From the nurse's office where he was discovered to here, the repository. I mean, it would make sense that they used something that would make it easier to move him, but it's almost like it's more obvious that Taka would have been used via the dolly because that's where the dolly was.
And he was downstairs in the nurse's office.
He was downstairs,
so
yeah. And you
couldn't
can't
really use the dolly.
You can't use the dolly. But still, along that line of thought, perhaps he was moved with something instead of someone just carrying him. But what? Or perhaps it was just someone very strong. I already read that. All the way from the 1st floor to the 3rd, and all without anyone noticing it. How the hell? It's no good, I just don't get it. I can think about it later. For now, I have to finish investigating Hifumi himself. If I remember correctly, Hifumi's fatal injury was also a blow to the head. Probably from Justice Hammer 3, which was laying on the floor in the nurse's office. Huh? Wait. Something's off about his body. Why am I getting this feeling? Something's different. Something about Hifumi's body in the nurse's office versus right now. Normally I would be trying to figure out what that is, but it's been 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, here's a... That's it. His glasses! Makoto's on it. I don't even need to worry about it.
Nope.
When his body was in the nurse's office, his glasses were covered with blood. But now, they're completely clean. Does that mean someone wiped his glasses off? But who would do that? And why? Hifumi's glasses has been added to the truth bullet section of your handbook. Interesting.
Interesting indeed.
The hammers are gone. There are hammers of all different sizes hanging on the wall, although some are more like mallets. Mallets? Could the Justice Hammers have been designed using these as a model? Either way, the hammers here have obviously seen a lot of use. They're all covered in debris and chalky stone powder. Wait. For some reason, this one hammer isn't dirty at all, and it's wet.
Whoa.
Did someone wash it recently? Spotless hammer has been added to the truth bullet section of your handbook.
What else you got?
Washed hammer. Alright, I suppose I should probably
Guess you
start
can
talking to people. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, Makoto? I've been thinking about something. It's about the repository.
Did you like see a key piece of evidence and you're like, I'm just now gonna bring it up? Please don't do that.
Huh? What is it?
After Hifumi and Taka's bodies disappeared, we split up to look around, right? I was really scared, so me and Sakura stuck together. And we came right to the repository to, look around. But when we got here, the repository was locked. We couldn't get inside.
It was locked?
And we came here as soon as the search started, so there's no way someone could have beat us here. So if that's true, then who locked it? And why is it unlocked now?
I wonder the same thing.
Okay, sure, whatever.
The door was locked when the search for the bodies began, but now it's wide open. There might be some secret lurking in there. I'll probably have to leave this area to figure it out.
There are many aspects to the incident this time. Too many, to be honest. Considering that, it may be good to look back on everything that's happened. So then, would you like my help?
Sure? I suppose? No one's ever offered before. No one's... Yeah, let's look back on things.
This morning,
This is actually perfect, Sakura, considering our circumstances.
Indeed.
This morning, only 4 of us met up at the dining hall. Hina, Kyoko, you, and myself. We waited for the others, but nobody showed up, so we decided to go look for them. It was around 8 o'clock when we began our search. And soon after we split up, Kyoko disappeared.
Oh, wait. And soon after we split up, Kyoko disappeared. Sorry, I've been smoking too many packs.
After that, Hina found Celeste in the rec room on the 3rd floor, then quickly came and got you and me.
According to Celeste, she was attacked by a suspicious individual and lay unconscious for about an hour. In other words, she was attacked an hour before we found her. Meaning, just after 7 o'clock.
Based on the picture Celeste took, we discovered her attacker was dressed in a strange costume.
And it still does beg the question, why was Celeste not killed outright, but the other 2 were?
Because Celeste got hit by the small hammer.
It was Robo Justice. It also became clear that this Robo Justice had dragged Hifumi away.
And if that is the real answer and it's not some weird ploy, why did they employ different size hammers? What is even
It's
the
all
reason
part of
for
the
that?
gimmick. Robo Justice, baby.
After meeting up with Toko and Byakuya, we began searching for the costumed assailant. We found an injured Hifumi in the library on the 2nd floor. We took him down to the nurse's office on the 1st floor, then resumed our search.
You've just been keeping track of all this, huh, Sakura?
Yeah.
But not long after leaving the nurse's office,
That's why she forgot about Toko earlier. She was mentally putting everything in there.
Oh, well, we just roll.
I saw a shadow. Something moving around at the top of the stairs.
based on Celeste's claims, we went back up to the 2nd floor, where we split up and began searching. Then,
I'm sorry, I'm doing it again. Then, right after that,
Celeste screamed. This time, she had apparently seen the suspect on the 3rd floor. Hearing her screams, we quickly made our way to the 3rd floor.
Celeste, what's wrong?
That was a rather intense scream for someone like you.
I saw him, the strange costumed man. He ran off as soon as I screamed. I was blocking the stairs, so he headed further down into the hallway and disappeared.
And then...
Hifumi.
He's dead. I don't want to do it again.
Huh? What was that? That came from downstairs. It must have been...
Hifumi! He's in the nurse's office! This is bad. Come on, we have to go back. At that point... God, I keep jumping around between all the voices. We decided to split up into two groups. Celestina and I went back to the nurse's office. Meanwhile, you, Byakuya, and Toko pursued the suspect on the third floor. And when we got back to the nurse's office, we found Hifumi's corpse, which is also when we heard the body discovery announcement play. I left Celeste and Hina alone and headed back to the third floor to tell the others what had happened.
But at the same time, we had discovered Taka's body in the equipment room. Which means the Hifumi and Taka's bodies were discovered right around the same time.
I actually remember saying that last stream. Because I remembered, yep, that was the right voice. I thought it was a different one for a second, but it was right.
Because I remembered hearing the body discovery announcement play right after finding Taka. And that... God dang it!
And that's when I showed up and told you and Byakuya that Hifumi had been killed, right? Then you, me, and Byakuya all headed back to the nurse's office, leaving behind Toko, who had fainted. But as soon as we left the physics lab, we ran into Celeste, who had just arrived to tell us something very unusual.
Hifumi's body has disappeared.
We hurried back to the nurse's office to discover that his corpse was, in fact, gone.
Then we remembered we had abandoned the unconscious Toko and rushed back to the equipment room.
This can't be happening.
Are we hallucinating all this or something?
This time, Taka's body had disappeared. So from there, we began our search for both of the missing bodies. And after some time,
Celeste told us she'd found the bodies and we all headed to the repository.
And there, we rediscovered the two bodies that had apparently vanished. And that brings us up to now.
Looking back, things have certainly been very active. If you want to look back at the case again, just let me know. I'm fine anytime.
All right. Anything from the Byakuya? Byakuya, do you really think Hiro did it?
I don't see how anyone could think otherwise. When the attacks and murders and disappearances all happened, every one of us had an alibi. And the last thing Hifumi said when he died.
Yeah, he said Hiro's name.
So, in other words,
Then there is no room to suspect anyone else.
Okay, but if he did do it, why would he hide his identity with that weird costume?
Maybe he thought that no matter what happened, he'd be safe as long as his face was covered. Because he's the fool of the century, you see.
I mean, he is kinda dumb. But do you really think that's enough to explain it? I feel like there's a clue hiding in there somewhere.
And is that it? That's all that bothers you about this case?
Well, no. There are a few other things. Like, why did the killer try to hide the bodies?
They probably figured that if we couldn't find the bodies, we couldn't complete our investigation.
But if that's the case, we found the bodies pretty easily, didn't we?
Again, it comes back to the fact that the culprit was a moron.
Is that really all there is to it? The other thing that bothers me is, why'd they bother killing two people?
What?
Because all the rule says is, if you can kill someone and get away with it, you graduate, right? So if you're the killer, your number one priority is not getting caught. But killing 2 people means more clues, more chances you'll get found out.
Hold on. Perhaps. I see. So that's what that means.
Is everything okay?
Don't talk to me as if we're friends.
I hate you so much. Huh? What's with the attitude?
But you have my appreciation.
Goodbye.
Thanks to you, I might have some fun with this after all.
Why do we talk to him? Why?
Good question.
His mysterious words hung in the air as he left the repository. He talked as if he'd figured something out. But if he did, would it have killed him to let me know what it was?
Not unimportant points. The 2 people thing. If we do unironically consider the Hiro culprit theory for the Robo Justice thing, it could be that he was dumb and just wanted to hide his identity. It could also be like, why didn't he kill Celeste? It could be he was dumb and thought the hammer would be enough and it wasn't.
Yep, true. I'm pretty sure this is what Byakuya just put together, but I am of the opinion that I don't exactly know the reason why, but someone killed these people, but Monokuma's playing a word game with us because earlier when he said the blackened is the person who devised the murder and what was it? What was the exact wording?
Put this murderous plot together or something.
Put the
like
murderous
that.
plot together. So, I'm wondering, I don't know exactly because there's no such thing as red in Danganronpa, but I'm wondering if that means someone could have planned out how all of this was going to happen and then told someone else, this is what you have to do step by step, go do it. And then that counts as them being the person who put the murder together and devised the whole thing, thus making them the blackened. What?
It's the pizza delivery bank heist.
Oh my god, it is!
If you choose that theory.
But that's something that I've been thinking of this whole time. And and obviously that would be a very smart thing to do if that is how it works, in order to get like literally any suspicion off of yourself, because you're not the person actively carrying out the killing part of it. You just devised how to do all of it and then told someone else how to do it. Which perhaps someone did do that with Hiro, Hiro, and was like, this is how you can get out, man. And he's like, okay, I'm gonna do it so I can finally get out of here, but in reality it's gonna backfire on him completely or something. I don't know, maybe. Two different theories that I think as of right now both kind of have valid arguments to them with the evidence we've been given.
We'll see what happens.
I am going to do this just because I didn't think we were going to have special dialogue for leaving the room, but we did. There's only one way in and out of this room. Through that door that Hina said was locked before. There's definitely a lock on the door, but it can only be locked from inside the repository. I don't see a way to lock it from in the art room. The door can only be locked from inside the repository. Which makes me wonder. Hina and Sakura confirmed that the door was locked after we started looking for the missing bodies. And the door is designed so that it can only be locked from inside the repository. In other words, when Hina checked it, someone had already gone in the repository and locked the door. When they were done, they unlocked it and left, which is why it's unlocked now. But Hina claims that there's no way someone could have beaten them to the repository. So that certain someone... Repository door has been added to the truth bullet section of your handbook.
Wow.
It couldn't have been any of us.
They used the vents.
There's got to be a clue around here somewhere. I mean, again, I hate to keep doing the this isn't Umineko, but this isn't Umineko. There could just be hidden passages in places. And there could just be secret methods of maneuverability that we're not aware of. Because there does also seem to be stuff going on behind the scenes that hasn't been explained to us entirely yet as well in this school. So, like, who knows, right?
Certainly true. But as always, we have to engage with the mystery as it is presented to us. So until that is revealed, they don't exist.
Maybe I should check somewhere else. There are some places I already know about. First, the nurse's office where Hifumi was found, and the equipment room where Taka was found. Okay.
Yes.
I don't see any reason why there would be anything in here I would need to.
I don't think so. I mean, I don't know for sure, but...
Okay, since we're still on the same floor, let's go ahead and head here first.
Smart.
Let me in. What if I just broke the air filter? What do you think would happen?
It would be funny. That's what I think would happen.
Oh, you're here. Oh, now I can look at the blood stain.
Hey, you see someone with the tarps over there?
There's a tarp, I think. There's some kind of tire mark going through the pool of blood in the middle of the room. Wow, some kind of strange wheel-like... Okay, he put it together. That reminds me about the dolly in the repository. There was blood on its tire. Could that blood have come from... here? Which could mean that Taka's body was moved from the equipment room to the repository using the dolly. Both rooms are on the 3rd floor, so that should have definitely been possible. But why? Equipment room blood stain has been added to the truth blood section of your handbook.
What
But
indeed?
if the dolly was used to move Taka's body, what about Hifumi? Hifumi's body was in the nurse's office on the 1st floor. Even with a dolly, there's no way to get it up to the 3rd floor. That's still a total mystery. Huh? This tarp. I feel like I've seen it somewhere before, and just recently, too. Oh!
This is making me so mad, man.
What?
I hate seeing the word tarp.
You are a robot.
You're a robot. Funny, because I probably am a robot for the stream.
Whoa.
Stream going fine.
Oh my god! Yeah, I checked it. It is, for the stream, you are the robot and not me.
That's very funny. I can actually go back and listen to it.
Oh, you've been fixed.
Okay, I'm gonna go back to my point then. I hate the word tarp.
Why do you hate the word tarp?
It just frustrates me. It doesn't... I don't like how it looks. I'm sick of tarp.
It does seem like it should just be like trap instead of tarp.
I don't like tarp. It makes me think of carp. It makes me think of trap, and it's neither. It's tarp.
Well, we'll be done with the tarps after this murder. We won't have to deal with the tarps anymore after this, okay? Listen, take it up with Monokuma. He's the one who put the tarps in here. Justice Hammer 4. The weapon that was used to kill Taka. The body was moved, but the murder weapon was just left here. It doesn't seem like it has like any blood on it or anything, which is kind of interesting.
When you hit someone, all the blood goes towards the person, not towards the weapon.
Yeah. Almost like there could have been 2 hammers of large enough size to kill someone, and one was washed off after it was used to kill.
We don't have any evidence that supports that, though.
Yeah.
Oh, gosh. I was sleeping right here when the killer carried the body away. I'm super pissed I missed such an ultimately rare event.
Oh,
excellent.
Thanks for the help. Anything else? You're probably just gonna say, I don't like that. Yep, it's not important. It's not important.
We don't need it now.
That's it then. That's everything I can click on. Okay. Get me out of here. Let me leave. Alright, down to the nurse's office. Oh, that's up. been a minute. It's been a minute since I've been in and around here.
Yeah, you just gotta move around. You got it.
All right. Hi, Celeste. Justice Hammer 3. The one that was used to kill Hifumi. Someone moved the body but left the weapon behind. Oh, I don't even get to click on the bloodstain for this one. Okay. Oh, it's the camera. And he's definitely going to be like, that's not important. Refrigerator. I wonder if there's anything to drink inside. What? After everything I've been through, I'm totally parched. Maybe just a quick peek. This is going to have something pivotal in it, too. There's a bunch of blood packets in here. For blood transfusions, I guess.
What?
Curious. It doesn't help me, though. I'm not a vampire. What if, like... what would you do if we were here in this situation right now? Like, you were in here with him, checking it out, and he did just, like, pull out the blood packets and start drinking them.
What would you do if we were in the nurse's office at Hope's Peak Academy and I looked at you?
And I said to you, slowly, you gonna drink all that? What are you investigating, Celeste?
I am not investigating anything, precisely speaking. I am simply going around, seeing if Hiro might be hiding somewhere. What about you?
Oh, you know, I'm just checking this and that. The main thing on my mind is how someone could have moved Hifumi's body.
Let's see.
How Hifumi was moved, eh?
When it disappeared, you were supposed to be in the nurse's office, right?
Yes, indeed.
Correct. Hiro was not feeling well, so I stayed behind to look after her. But she seemed to be getting worse, so I took her to the bathroom.
And when you got back, the body was gone?
We could not have been gone for more than a minute or two, though.
Yeah, Ina said the same thing. So then, the killer was able to get in and move Hifumi's body in that short amount of time.
Indeed.
It would seem so.
To carry off someone as big as Hifumi in only a couple of minutes is... I can't think of it as anything less than impossible. Celeste's account has been added to the Truth Bullet section of your handbook.
Yeah.
Am I crazy?
What?
There is this back here to click on.
Trash can.
It's just a normal trash can. Oh, wait. There's something inside. It's too small to be a handkerchief. It's a glasses cleaning cloth, and it's got blood on it. And it's got
That's
some
not
kind
all
of
it has on
cartoon character on it. But it's also covered in blood.
Oh, did you find something?
Yeah, there was a cleaning cloth in the trash can.
A cleaning cloth?
And it's all bloody. Whoever this belonged to must have used it to wipe up some blood. But who would need to do something like that?
I haven't the slightest idea.
Yeah, me either. But I think it might be important.
Important.
Glasses cleaning cloth has been added to the Truth Bullet section of your handbook. So what if, hear me out,
I'm hearing you.
what if Hifumi's not dead?
What if he's not dead?
What if he's not dead?
What if he's not dead?
He could have just got up and walked. And
But
why?
he's dead now.
Is he dead now?
Well, we heard the body announcement.
Is there anything that states specifically that, like, it's definitely certain when the body announcement happens that they're dead?
No. You just kind of gotta trust Monokuma on that one.
Yeah.
The Monokuma file did say that they died.
Monokuma Vile did say that they died. But also, going off of what we know, it would make sense if the first body announcement was Taka. because Byakuya, Sakura, and Toko found him at the same time that we found Hifumi, and they've got it twisted where they think the Hifumi announcement was the one that happened, but the Taka announcement is the one that happened. Hifumi got up and walked up there for some reason and then died. As everyone was watching, because he cleaned his own glasses so he could see.
That does add up because the second one played in the repository.
Yes. But then that begs the
But
question, why? Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
That makes sense, considering, again, Makoto's been going over it several times, but like there's no way anyone realistically, Sakura's probably like the only person that could have lifted him with any sort of ease, and she was upstairs with us when he got up there. So either some super strong individual that we're not aware of came and got him, or he walked himself.
I don't know.
And then died.
Have we considered the numbers theory?
Leon picked him up and took him up there, actually.
The new Danganronpa character, 11037.
So... well, apparently there's still more for me to find, though, because Monokuma hasn't been like, it's trial time.
Yeah.
Oh!
Oh, well, there you go. Oh, that's me.
There you go. There you...
So, this is where you were. I've been looking for you.
Got something I'm supposed to deliver? Your hands only? Your eyes only? Excuse me? You have?
I wanted to thank you for what you did. Not that you meant to, but you ended up making this little game of ours very interesting indeed. You should go to Hiro's room.
Oh, true. Rooms are something we should probably give a look.
Oh, and let me give you this.
Meet in the dining hall. This is the note Hiro wrote to get us all to meet up, right?
You remember well.
Well, the penmanship was pretty remarkable, so it left an impression.
It's all clear now.
Anyway, this makes it clear, right? This is a trap.
Yup.
This is a tarp. No!
What is?
Things grow ever more exciting.
Okay. What are you talking about?
I've already repaid my debt. I don't owe you any more explanation.
Goodbye.
You heard him.
Yasuhiro's message has been added to the truth bullet section of your handbook. So he said to go to Hiro's room, but what's waiting for me there?
Let's go find out.
I will
Another
say,
place of interest. What?
I feel like if this happened in the real world, there's no way Byakuya would have survived past the first or second trial.
You don't think so?
I feel like he's so much of a dick that someone would have been gunning for him.
Well, unfortunately, I think the person that would kill him for that, Mondo, is already gone by now.
Yeah,
so
yeah. True. That is something to consider of the circumstances of who would get him for being a dick and if they're already gone or not.
Because Lord knows Hifumi wouldn't step up on that plate.
Yeah, no.
After this, we may want to check where we found Celeste, because they might have the other Justice Hammer.
True. The door
Rec
is
room.
unlocked? I guess I can go inside. Byakuya did say to go look. It might not be a great idea, but I'm gonna take the plunge. And also, what I said earlier, seems at least Byakuya has been slightly wrong before, not 100% wrong, but we did catch him off guard with the, what was it, in the Mondo trial. There was something that Makoto got that he was like, I didn't think of that, and it made him angry.
Yeah, I remember
that Makoto got it and he didn't. But
Can't remember what it was now though.
Are you seeing that?
What?
Where the camera's freaking out?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Are you gaslighting me right now? Are you?
Yeah, I'm seeing it.
Okay.
That's just Hiro's room, man. It's freaked up in here.
But anyways. But, aside from that, obviously he's not correct 100% of the time, but he does have a pretty good nose about who done it and why done it sometimes. And so it seems like he and I are on the same page of someone is intentionally trying to implicate Hiro so that we'll pick Hiro and not them, and then they win.
Unless it wraps around. Horseshoe theory. Hiro did it so
Hiro
obviously.
did it so obviously that it wouldn't
So-
seem like that. It would seem too obvious to be like that.
Exactly.
It wasn't a trap, right? Like, this is Hiro's room. There's all kinds of weird stuff in here. Where did he even get it all from? The gotcha machine.
Definitely.
More importantly, he still hasn't turned up. Which means he can't really complain if I don't get his permission to search his room, right? Yeah, that's definitely how it works.
Yeah. Where's your warrant, cop?
Mondo's gone. We don't have the person who can say that now.
No.
I think there's something in the cardboard box.
Dang.
It's blueprints for something. And some things made out of, it looks like cardboard, plastic, and plaster? Is this Robo Justice?
Robo Justice!
And it's in Hiro's room. That does not mean anything. That well, I mean it means something, but it does not mean that Hiro did it.
I don't know.
But wait. These blueprints. That's not his handwriting. He has pretty handwriting that makes all the boys swoon.
Wait, you like different equation, same answer? That's not his handwriting because it's blue. His was black.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Something about them bothers me. I hate when he does this too. I hate when he's like, there's something vaguely interesting about this thing that is obvious, but I'm not going to put it together until we get to the trial and I have to use the piece of evidence. In which case, then I will be like, oh, how did I not think about it?
Added my truth bullets. Please click on that camera. I want to see if anything different's going to happen.
A surveillance camera. There's no point in worrying about it right now. I need to just forget about it.
It shook while he was looking at it.
Did that fix? No, that didn't fix it. Okay.
No.
Yeah, I don't know. That must just be like a bug in the game files. That It's a normal bed. Pretty much just like the one in my room. Oh, okay. Bathroom. I soundlessly checked the bathroom. There's nothing in here. It's pretty grungy, though.
How?
How does a bathroom even get this dirty?
Okay, I'm glad we were on the same page. I mean, I know he's got a lot of hair, but like...
It's not that hard to clean hair, I know from experience.
No, yeah. Alright.
Alright.
Get out of here.
Yep. Handwriting is important. Oh! Why does everyone know where I am? Why?
Makoto! Big news! Big news!
What's wrong? Did they find someone? Yup.
We found Kyoko!
What? Is she okay? Where is she?
Wait, I wasn't done. There's more big news. Robo Justice showed up too.
Robo Justice?
It's Hiro wearing the costume. Anyway, as soon as you can, head to the pool on the second floor.
To think Hiro and Kyoko would turn up at the same time. Anyway, I have to head to the pool. I ran off to the second floor as fast as I could. Is it gonna force me? Dang it!
Yeah.
I wanted to go to the rec room.
You could go from here. It's kind of like a shortcut almost.
Alright, gang. Where have you two been this whole time? Did you get stuffed in the locker? Kyoko.
Nerd.
Kyoko! And...
Phew! Man, I have had the worst day.
Hiro? All right. What do you have to say for yourself?
I found Hiro. He was jammed into the pool room locker.
He was in the locker.
Nerd.
It looked like he was fast asleep, so I kicked him and woke him up.
I still can't believe you kicked me. You couldn't have been a little more gentle about it. Like, I don't know, caress my face or something? Maybe a little?
That's creepy.
Or just told me everything was gonna be okay?
Anyway, Kyoko, where have you been all this time? You just disappeared all of a sudden without a trace.
Wow.
There was something I had to check up on.
What do you mean?
Never mind.
I can't, never mind.
Maybe it's the thing we're not allowed to talk about in front of the cameras, Makoto?
Never mind. More importantly,
She says that, but does she have any idea? Does she know people think she might be spying for the mastermind?
first of all, Hiro, you need to explain to us why you're dressed like that.
Well, I mean, I have no idea. 1 second I was asleep, don't even know how that happened. Then I woke up and then I was here.
Oh, yeah, they did pick the best guy to frame for this, huh?
Someone's gonna have to explain to him how consciousness works.
Yep.
No, sorry, that's really funny. Can you imagine someone that like falls asleep and every day they wake up and they're like, that was terrifying.
What happened?
Why does this keep happening?
Why does this keep happening to me?
Anyway. That's crazy. Whew. I don't care. Do something about that costume. It pains me just to look at you. Well,
Are you spring trapped?
I don't know what's up with this thing, but I can't actually get it off. A little help.
You really do be the man behind the slaughter.
I always come back.
Why would you make something that you can't take off by yourself?
I didn't make the stupid friggin' thing.
It would seem
There's a clasp on the back that's keeping you from taking it off.
Dang, that's a... Didn't expect it to be like a shiny metal clasp.
It looks pretty sturdy. I don't think you could get it off on your own. We don't really have a choice, so let's help him.
It took everyone's help, but slowly we were able to get Hiro out of the suit. It took a few minutes, but eventually we got all the pieces off. 10, precisely?
Woo! Free at last.
Okay, now
That's an
everyone beat him
idea
up.
for a homebrew. Oh gosh.
Okay. True homebrew suit of armor, Robo Justice.
Robo Justice.
Isn't it kind of weird how perfectly the suit fits Hiro?
so then.
More to the point, nobody but Hiro would be able to wear that costume.
Wait, what? Hold on a sec.
Honestly,
Don't bother trying to act innocent. The blueprints were in your room as well.
How did you know that?
Byakuya told her.
In other words, it is obvious to everyone that you made this costume.
That's true. I saw the blueprints myself.
Yeah, me too.
could it be?
Then it's obvious. The one who put this costume on and went around attacking everyone was Hiro! Shall we tie him up and gag him?
Just the one.
Good idea! We wouldn't want him killing anyone else!
Mob rule. Tie me up!
Hold on, guys. I think that's going a little far.
That's right.
He may be a suspect, but he deserves fair treatment.
Everything stopped again.
What?
Okay, we're back.
Okay, I think that one was a urine. I don't know.
Every now and again, the Discord, like the stream, is just stopping. Like I can hear you. The stream on YouTube is fine, but the Discord stream is just stopping.
Oh. I don't know.
It's
maybe
terrifying.
there's someone like stealing my Wi-Fi or something.
Yeah, they're taking it out of the air. All right. Yeah. I mean, Attacking? Blueprints? I have no idea what you guys are talking about.
You can't talk your way out of this. It's been
Yeah,
decided.
Hiro,
You killed them.
notorious fast talker. What? Killed who? I have no idea what you're talking about. There must be a fake Hiro running around.
The picture had a little bit of a vibrant color palette than the one he was wearing. But that could just be, you know, just like difference between the CG and the sprite. That might not actually be a thing.
You're the only one who can wear this costume.
Because obviously someone couldn't have made another costume, which is also Robo Justice, which fits them.
So who else could possibly be the costumed attacker?
How do you know I'm the only one? Maybe you should try it on for yourself before you convict me.
Fine, if you're gonna be a jerk about it, I will.
Without missing a bit, Hina started
That's
putting on
strange.
the Robo Justice costume.
See? Look. See how loose it is? I mean, come on. I'm blind as a bat in here.
You're not-
I can't see my feet at all.
You're not wearing anything on your head.
Not anywhere in this thing.
I'm telling you, it wasn't me.
And not to mention, you totally can't bend at the waist. Seems like a
Interesting.
What?
Because wouldn't someone have had to bend the waist to use the dolly?
Magnet.
That's not a very nice thing to say.
Yeah, magnet's not really nice, Pertuset. I think you should take it back.
Better than tarp.
Magnet. I shan't say it.
I mean, it's not like I made it. I just got caught up in the moment.
well,
Caught up in the moment?
for sure, right?
What?
What do you mean by that? What did he mean by
Clear
this?
that nobody but Hiro could have fit into this dumb costume.
In a huff, Hina took the suit back off again. I think everyone should have to try to put it on, actually, and we should have a CG for every person.
Yes.
Well, now you're all out of excuses.
No, see, it's because you're a girl. If it was another guy, then...
Let's see Sakura try on the costume.
Oh gosh. Makoto, go ahead.
Thanks for immediately volunteering him.
Makoto, the guy that's probably smaller than Aoi.
Yeah. Okay. Against my will, I picked up the pieces. No one's forcing you, Makoto. What do you mean against your will? They don't have you at like gunpoint. I picked up the pieces off the floor and tried putting them on. It's no good. The arms are too long and there's no way I can wear this.
See? I told you it was impossible. You are absolutely right. It seems this costume was made to fit Hiro's body exactly.
Then there's another costume. They must have one that looks the same, but fits them.
Honestly.
If you insist on this line of defense, then show us some evidence.
It's a devil's proof.
Evidence?
Use the devil's proof, Hiro. He doesn't know. He doesn't know. You can't prove it doesn't exist. You can't.
You claim there is another suit, yes? Then you must find it and show it to us.
What the heck?
Just the worst.
Who cares? Hiro's the only one without an alibi during this whole thing anyway. Which is how we know it was him.
I mean, is that really true? I have no idea what's been happening. Could someone, like, tell me?
Robo Justice costume has been added to the truth bullet section of your handbook.
Don't have time to talk, Hiro. I'm too busy getting truth bullets. If you don't tell me what's going on, how am I supposed to understand?
2 people are dead.
I think I figured out that someone's been killed, right?
Not someone.
And Makoto. Who was it?
Some 2. Specifically Taka 2 and Hifumi.
Yes, Taka Tua.
Okay. Bit's over. Well, 2 people were killed. Taka and Hifumi.
What? 2 people?
Why are you freaking out? You did it.
I did not!
Why is Al being so mean? Why?
Wait, hold on. If those two are the ones that were killed... That's it! I know who did it!
So then,
You may as well tell us then.
Taka and Hifumi were fighting over alter ego, right? Don't... Shh. Can't be saying that, Hiro.
Shut
Which
up.
means... Alter ego and or Chihiro must have done it.
I see. That's unfortunate.
Huh? Unfortunate.
Stop trying to trick us. Just admit you did it, okay?
I'm telling you, you got it all wrong. Oh, I know. That note.
Note?
Last night, someone slipped a weird note under my door. And here's what it said. I found a hole maybe we can use to escape. Monokuma can't find out, so don't tell anyone else for now. Let's meet in the rec room at 1 a.m. But the last thing I remember is going to the rec room. And for some reason, I did that thing where I lose consciousness. The scary thing. The real killer probably drugged me or something.
Just the word.
Not a chance.
so
No, hold on. He could be onto something. The nurse's office did have chemicals that could do that. What? Really?
I love that Aoi voice line, the huh?
Yeah.
The very fast, huh? I told you, someone's trying to set me up. A secret passage, a chance to escape. Someone wrote all that to trick me.
Even if that's true, you must be one dumb fish to bite every piece of bait that floats in front of you.
Well, after being trapped here so long, even if you know it's a lie, you still gotta check, right?
I still would have at least gone with a second person, though.
Yeah.
I wouldn't have gone alone.
Yo! They preyed on my desire to get out of here! They deceived me!
I still don't buy it.
Well, you should buy it!
Just a second.
Okay, then show us that note.
I ate it. With pleasure. I have it right here in my, pocket.
I got really hungry while I was stuck in the locker.
It's gone. Looks like I lost it.
Yeah, sure.
Please! You gotta believe me, I wouldn't hurt a fly!
As I said before, if you want us to believe you, you must produce evidence. Could you show us the note?
In like 4 to 6 hours.
I have no particular issue with what you claim, but if you want us to believe you, give us a reason.
What the heck? For serious?
Yasuhiro's account has been added to the truth bullet section of your handbook.
Now then, shall we resume our investigation? There's no time to waste before the class trial begins.
Why do we need to keep investigating? We already know who did it. Why did you kill them? Tell us, Hiro!
No! It's like I said!
Just the word.
Was it really to get the money Monokuma offered us? Yeah, that must be it. You must be totally broke, and that's why!
Wait! That's a false accusation! Someone, help me!
Just be thankful we haven't bound and gagged you.
If you have time to yell and carry on, you have time to search for your evidence, right?
I'm with Byaki on this one.
Ah! You're right! I need to look for the second suit in that note. Feet don't fail me now!
I guess I better get back to guard duty. I was gonna ask
Toker?
Genocide Jack to switch with me. But if she and Sakura got into a fight, we'd have a catastrophe on our hands. A body has been...
True.
Well, bye.
One by one, everyone peeled away.
Makoto, do you have a second?
Huh?
I want you to help me with the investigation.
It would seem...
It looks like I got a late start on this one, so I need to make up some ground.
Sure, I don't mind helping. But can you promise me something? Later, when we have time, will you tell me why you disappeared?
No.
Dang.
To reject me so simply.
Anyway, I need your help. You don't mind, do you?
Okay.
Shall we go?
Thanks. Now then, shall we?
See, you didn't need Sayaka. You needed Kyoko to grab you by the nuts and drag you around, Makoto.
Mm-hmm.
She just flat out... See, Sayaka was gassing you up and saying yes to everything you wanted. Now she says no to everything.
And you'll be better for it.
And you'll be better for it.
And you'll thank her for it.
Yup.
So, Makoto, first I'd like to examine the corpses.
Examine the corpses? I can't believe I'm hearing that from a girl the same age as me.
Correct.
Dead bodies don't lie, you know. They tell the truth far more easily than the living.
Hey,
Wouldn't you agree?
How am I supposed to answer?
Anyway, we have to hurry, before the class trial begins again.
Yeah, you're right.
Okay then, show me where the bodies are.
They're in the repository. They've gone missing again! No. And I guess we should head that way for now. Wait. No, yeah, we're on the third floor.
Well,
Is the... Am I crazy?
you're on the second floor.
Yeah, okay, no. I thought that sign was saying, like, you can go down to the second floor from here.
No,
We're on the third, we're on the second floor.
Where are you going?
Is this not the way to the staircase? Am I stupid?
No,
It's
that's
been a
the
while.
classroom.
It's been a while since I...
That's fine.
Well, that's the down staircase. Where's the up staircase? Is the up staircase right here? No,
Nope,
that's the pool.
It's right there.
Oh, God. Okay. Now if I click on this, are you going to be like, that's not important right now? My wife's dragging me by the balls.
Guaranteed.
Yep.
Yes.
I wanted to go investigate the rec room again.
Yes.
Alright, let's go to the day repository.
Did I tell you they made an anime of this?
Yes. I heard it was quite good.
No.
No?
It has a lot of the issues the Umineko one does. They skip a lot of details.
Hifumi and Taka.
For a moment, Kyoko seemed to go rigid. But only for a moment.
So then,
Well then, let's get started.
She crouched down next to Taka and without hesitation began poking and prodding the bodies.
I knew it.
The Monokuma was right. They were killed using similar weapons.
Her movements were so smooth. She was so calm. Seeing how comfortable she was actually made me feel a little more comfortable. See, there was nothing going on, and then Byakuya spoke it into existence, and now he's gonna get a little crush on Kyoko too. Now
It's just that easy.
he wasn't having a crush on her until Byakuya was like, "Ooh, you like her," and now he's gonna do it. Now he's, and then she's gonna die because of it.
No.
All right.
I see.
Makoto, I found something.
You did?
Hey,
You remember the wristwatch? Oh God, I'm mixing both their voices.
You remember the wristwatch Taka always wore on his left hand?
How can I forget?
He did? What was that noise? That was a new noise from her. She went, ugh.
Frustrated Kyoko.
Are you so oblivious to the people around you? Do you dislike other people that much?
No, that's not it. Anyway, so you said he had a watch?
so then,
Take a look. It's broken. You can see the hands aren't moving, right? It most likely broke when he had his encounter with his assailant. And if you notice, the hands are frozen just past 6 o'clock. So that would mean the watch was broken sometime just after 6?
That's right.
But last night, Taka's watch definitely wasn't broken.
Hey, you! How long are you gonna keep us waiting? Taka's irritated voice pierced the air as he stared pointedly at his wristwatch. It's almost 10 o'clock, you know that? Bedtime for all the little boys and girls! Forgot he said that.
Yeah.
So if it worked at 10 last night, it couldn't have been broken at 6 p.m. Meaning, it must...
Sorry. Meaning, it must have happened at 6 this morning. So Taka was already dead before any of us had even woken up.
Columbius.
Broken wristwatch has been added. Broken wristwatch. Irish wristwatch has been added to the truth bullet section of your handbook.
What is it? Irish burglar alarm? Or no, what is it?
Purple burglar alarm.
That's right, purple burglar alarm.
Purple. Oh, this is your daily reminder to go make fun of a Scottish person.
And that's not all. Look at Taka's left hand. He appears to be gripping something.
You're right. There's something white in there. Oh no.
Makoto,
Can you try and pry it out?
Me?
because
Rigor mortis has already set in. Boys are better suited to this kind of manual labor, right?
Okay. As much as I didn't want to, I grasped Taka's cold hand. The ice-cold hand was nearly enough to cause my heart to stop beating. Could you imagine? Someone just has like a heart attack. And that's how they die during all of this?
During this?
Yeah.
It'd be kind of crazy. It'd make for a great twist, let me tell you.
Yeah.
Can you imagine, like, you find them at the scene of the crime, and you're like, oh my gosh, there's 2 bodies, but there's no wounds on the second
Yeah.
body.
That would be crazy. After some effort, I was finally able to free the object from his tightly clenched fist. A paper plane! A piece of paper?
hey,
Was that all he had in his hand?
Yeah, that's it. Just a little scrap of paper. Doesn't seem like much of a clue, does it?
is that right?
I wonder about that.
Kyoko then turned to Hifumi's body.
So then,
Let's check Hifumi's body now. Perhaps he left us a few clues of his own.
Kiyotako's scrap of paper has been added to the truth bullet section of your handbook. Hifumeister. The biggest problem I have right now is how the killer was able to move Hifumi's massive corpse. From the nurse's office where he was discovered to here, the repository. The killer didn't move him at all. All the way from the first floor, unless he's the killer, to the third. And all without anyone noticing it. I just can't see how that's possible. Further, it seems that Hifumi died from a blow to the head. He was most likely killed using Justice Hammer 3, which we found in the nurse's office. But when we found his body in the nurse's office, his glasses were covered in blood. But now they're spotless. Does that mean someone wiped his glasses clean? But who would do that? And why?
It just doesn't make any sense.
Okay, I have to talk to Kyoko, okay. Okay, oh, I didn't expect to get the whole dang thing again, goodness. So, did you find anything?
indeed.
I did. More than I expected, to be honest. Look at this.
A wad of paper?
That's right.
Hifumi had it hidden on him.
Hidden?
Indeed.
He'd stuffed it in his pants. So I can only assume he'd hidden it on purpose, you see?
In his pants? Wait, so you...
Why is that?
It was just his pants. Not like his socks or something.
Dang.
True.
I don't know what that means.
Hey,
Anyway, let's take a look at the paper. Go ahead, Makoto. Open it up.
I don't know why I'm just now making like this correlation, but I don't know, she's like giving very Makima to Denji vibes to me.
Oh, Kyoko?
Yeah.
I can see it. She's like exceptionally serious.
Yes. But without the obvious, like, she has done something bad. Although she is still suspicious, but I don't think nearly to the extent of, like, the obviousness that it is with Makima.
Yeah.
Where it's like Makima's clearly evil.
Yeah. It just makes me think of that one really funny video. Oh, it's the one where Makima learns slang.
Oh, yeah. I know what you're
I
talking
can't remember the
about.
lines. There's a really funny one where she's like, you totally rizzed that one up.
Yeah.
You ate that.
Yeah.
I can't remember the really funny one.
When I think of how it was stuffed down his pants, it's like... It better be important, Hifumi, or I'll never forgive you for this. I found a hole maybe we can use to escape. Monokuma can't find out, so don't tell anyone. Let's meet at the equipment room at 6 a.m. A note?
Equipment room at 6.
Yeah, the equipment room. Which is where Taka's body was found.
Yes. First there's that, and also this note's description matches what Hiro said, except his was rec room at 1.
Yes. A note? I found a hole maybe we can use to escape. Monokuma can't find us, so don't tell anyone for now. Let's meet in the equipment room at 6 a.m.
So,
That sounds very familiar.
That's it! It's the same as the thing Hiro said! Then he was telling us the truth!
however,
Although, it's not exactly the same, is it?
Last night, someone slipped a weird note under my door. And here's what it said. I found a hole maybe we can use to escape. Monokuma can't find out, so don't tell anyone else for now. Let's meet in the rec room at 1 a.m.
The time is different. What's funny? What?
It made me think of making a thumbnail that's like, what would that be? Gone to the rec room at 1 a.m.
Yeah, that's what meeting unknown person in the rec room, 1 a.m. challenge. Impossible.
Monokuma can't find out.
Yeah. Hiro told us that his note said to meet at 1 a.m. But the note they wrote to Hifumi asked to meet at 6 a.m.
is that right?
Hold on. Just because Hifumi had the note doesn't mean it was meant for him.
Huh?
So,
Part of it has been torn off, right? I think there's likely some meaning there.
There's some meaning to this part of it being ripped? Makoto. You can't be that stupid.
It doesn't make any sense.
Could you maybe explain it a little more?
Think carefully.
hey,
Why would he have been clutching that scrap of paper so tightly?
I have no idea.
so then,
What if it wasn't just a scrap of paper when he was holding it? What if it was something more important? And how would something important like that become a mere scrap of paper? That's what you need to answer.
Nah, I can't figure it out.
The note Hifumi had has been added to the truth bullet section. But why did he like take it out of Taka's hand? That's what I want to know.
hey,
And while we're at it, I should tell you one other thing. The two victims this time definitely had their e-handbooks on them. So the handbooks have nothing to do with how the murders were carried out.
Oh, okay.
Not that there was any reason to think that they were connected to the killings in the first place.
Yeah. So you're saying I don't have to think about the handbooks this time, right?
is that right?
If you didn't have to think about them at all, I wouldn't have gone out of my way to mention it. All I said was that they weren't used to help carry out the murders. There may come a point, however, where a handbook may play a role.
A handbook may play a role? don't think I understand.
Beats me.
But if Kyoko thinks it's important, I'd better keep it in mind. Where would it play a role?
I feel like they almost put that there just because
Just to
people
throw
would be
you
so
off?
suspicious. Well, no, because there was the last one and it was all about the handbooks. I almost feel like they put it there because other people would be like, what about the handbooks? Have we considered handbook theory?
The handbook theory.
So this is there just to be like, if you are still thinking about the handbooks, shut up.
Yeah, don't worry about it. That's what Kyoko was doing this whole time. She was making sure the handbooks weren't involved. E-handbook has been added to the truth bullet section of your handbook. Ding dong, bing bong. Time for a trial. Never did get to go to the rec room.
Are you excited? Are you pumped? It's time for the class trial to begin! Like the bright burst of fireworks, like the flash of a soul clashing with life and death. And so, with no further ado...
I don't like that. You don't say with no further ado. Say without further ado.
Everyone,
With no
please
further
leave the
ado.
usual spot. Make your way to the red door on the first floor of the school. See you soon.
Class trial 3.
It would seem.
It's unfortunate, but I suppose this is where our investigation comes to an end. You'll have to figure out the rest for yourself and come to the proper conclusion.
Yeah, you're right.
Shall we go?
Well, we better get going.
Okay. The ominous door awaits.
Yes.
All right, let's do our standard. We got significantly less people to talk to this time.
Yes.
Everyone had heard Monokuma's proclamation, and they were gathered by the red door. As soon as we were all there... There's 2! Ah!
Hello, hello, hello.
He's multiplied?
Wrong.
Nope, not multiplication. It just looks that way because it's an illusion. I'm moving so fast it only looks like I've multiplied. Can you guys tell which one is the real Monokuma?
Someone bite the bullet and try to kill one.
Can we just get on the elevator already?
I see you smiling, Kyoko.
You're not playing along.
We're not here to play with you.
It does make me happy that even like the students are like, yeah, we just don't like you, man.
That is really funny. Okay, fine.
Hey!
Then, if everyone's here and ready to go, please board the pain train. Elevator. I'll see you guys down there.
Let's go.
Okay then, shall we?
Please.
Hold on! I'm not mentally prepared yet.
You'll never be mentally prepared. You can't run away
gosh.
anymore, Hiro. You're gonna
Oh,
pay for
man.
your sins.
Oh gosh! I told you already, I didn't do it! For serious!
For serious, Aoi.
That reminds me. Did you ever find the other costume? Or the note?
Well, no, but...
How unfortunate. Then it would seem we have our culprit. This isn't the place to talk about it. Save your accusations for when we get to the courtroom.
That's right.
She's right. Let's get down there first. Then the story can really begin.
Yeah, good idea. That's right. I have to do it. I can't let whoever killed Hifumi and Taka get away with it. For everyone who's still alive. And for the 2 that lost their lives. The
Dang.
one who killed Hifumi and Taka The one who killed 2 of our friends. The killer is... someone right here.
Dang.
How are you feeling about this, Toko?
Who?
Come on, Big Mac. Let's do it.
Forgot about Big Mac.
Big Mac. It wasn't me. You gotta believe me.
The story begins when we get down there. It would appear the culprit has been confirmed. This trial will be over in no time.
Were you listening? Wait till we get to the courtroom to begin your arguing.
I don't like Monokuma's carefree attitude.
Let's hurry up and go so we can make Hiro pay for his crimes.
Oh, you forgot to ask that guy.
Huh?
Do you get to the Cloud District often?
But what?
Well, who am I kidding? Of course.
What are you talking about, man?
I don't know. I don't know.
I'll pop a save.
I don't know. Sakura's comment about Monokuma made me think it was very Bethesda NPC coded.
Yeah?
Everybody else
I
is
don't
like, oh,
like
it's time for the argument.
Yeah?
Yeah. It's
True, I had to think about it for a second.
I don't like Monokuma's carefree attitude.
it doesn't.
Sakura could care less who did it. She just hates Monokuma. Oh. I took one last deep breath and exhaled slowly. I began to walk toward the elevator. Once everyone was aboard, the doors closed on their own, and the steel box began to move. The clunking of the elevator kept us company as we fell further and further down. There was no going back. Until we settled all this, we couldn't go anywhere. God, I'm gonna have to remember mechanics. I'm not sure how long it was before the elevator finally came to a stop. The elevator door slid open, opening up onto a cruel fate.
Oh, it's pretty.
Blue.
When I see all of you gathered together like this, I realize just how few of you there are left. Your school life is slowly reaching its climax.
Only because of you.
Why? Why are you making us do such cruel things to each other?
What? Do you really hate me so much? But I'm so cute!
Stop goofing around and begin the trial.
Go here.
Don't rush me! Of course I'm gonna start it! I would never be like, stay tuned for the action-packed class trial after this commercial break. I'd never hold out on you like that. Okay, let's begin. Get to your assigned seats.
I think that's where we should end stream now, okay?
Yes, I'm tired. I'm going to bed.
And so, the curtain opened once again. A deadly judgment, a deadly deception, a deadly betrayal, a deadly riddle, a deadly defense, a deadly faith, a deadly class trial.
Wow.
All right. Yup. Let's get that locked in there. Please steady your aim. Okay. And I've only got one more. How much does this cost? Can I put it in there? No, I can't. I have to choose. Focus gauge recovers more quickly, effective during non-stop debate. The Hayman's get. That's kind of good.
Your other one was increases the time and steadies your aim.
Please steadies your aim, effective during non-stop debate, and a Handmaid's Gambit. What was this one? Increases the time limit for each phase. I've been okay on the time limits so far.
You gotta jinx yourself.
Yeah, that's what I'm worried about. Completely steadies your aim. Do I want to have steadier aim, or do I rather have more focus? Being able to slow time has become a little bit more crucial with each one, I think. So I'm going to go for more focus. Okay. Take a little look through everything.
Yeah, you're in all
Profile, blue tarp, repository dolly, Hifumi's glasses, spotless
Plutarch.
hammer. Plutarch. Huh?
Oh, you said blue tarp. Sorry. There it is again.
The door connecting the art room. Equipment room bloodstain. Glasses cleaning cloth. Celeste's account. That's Hiro's message. Robo Justice blueprints. Whose handwriting is that? Robo Justice costume. Yasa Hiro's account. Broken wristwatch. Kiyotaka scrap of paper. The note Hifumi had. And the E handbook. Okay. Okay. I
Ready?
am, before we start, I'm going to use a bathroom.
All right.
Just so that I don't have to. We'll try.
Yep. Pa, 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 pa. I can't wait for it. You know what's funny? Since it's just you guys, I actually am feeling exceptionally tired, but out of my generosity, I'm going to just push ahead. Also, now I don't have to read so much. I'm just kind of hanging out while he does all the deduction. Are you guys excited for this? I already know what happens, and I feel like if you're watching, you probably also already know what happens. So this is gonna be a good one. I talked about this with one of the other people in our group that's played this one, and we discussed that this trial, I think the next trial, mostly those two, the last one kind of, but definitely this one, 3 and 4, are like some of the most fun trials. They're less tutorial-y than 1 and 2. No offense to 1 and 2, if those are your favorite. But where it's just a straight up mystery. There's very little hand holding. You just gotta figure it out. And I'm very excited. But otherwise, I don't know. When he comes back, it's actually kind of tragic because I'm probably gonna get a drink. Because even though I don't have to probably do a whole lot of talking moving forward, I'm thirsty right now. And I want a drink right now. So I'll probably go over and get a drink. And you're like, I probably could get it right now. Right now I could get a drink. But I don't want to leave you guys by yourselves.
Yeah, you can
rather wait for him to get here. Okay, I'm gonna go get a drink real quick.
Okay. Yeah. Oh, I don't know who it is, chat, but I think I have a hunch about Celeste. I don't have anything to back it up. I just feel like after money got involved in the whole thing, she's a gambler and literally would want to do something for money. So that's why I'm just sus of her. And also she does seem to have been trying to sort of like guide the entire situation. So there's that too. She's been very suspicious. In fact, I would argue almost the most suspicious out of everyone in this because of how nonchalant she's sort of been the whole time. But we'll see. We'll see. Now I also need to get a drink because I just took the last sip of my drink. So when Pertuset gets back with his drink, I'm gonna go get a drink. Oh, I didn't even realize we have like a little newsreel at the bottom. I never saw that before. Well, I obviously I've seen it, but I like wasn't paying attention to it. Who claimed the lives of Hifumi and Kiyotaka? In this class trial, suspicion builds upon suspicion. Chapter 3. Oh man. I am like, what are we even gonna do after this? Like, after this trial, how are we even gonna... There's gonna be so few of us.
I don't know, man.
Okay, welcome back. Now I'm gonna go get a drink because I actually took my last sip of my drink as you got up to leave to get a drink.
We're thirsty. I'm taking a sip. Chet, can you remind me to do dishes after this? I gotta put a bottle in the dishwasher. Nobody let me forget. If I forget, it's gonna be over, man. It'll be so over. I need someone to remind me. I'm not gonna know. I could do it right now, I guess.
Okay.
but I'm not gonna do that.
He ain't gonna do
Okay.
that.
I'm not gonna do that.
All right. Let's do this.
Okay, so if this
Trial. All rise. Class trial.
Let's begin with a basic explanation of the class trial. So,
Okay.
your votes will determine the results.
Yep.
Okay.
You can figure out who done it, then only they will receive punishment. But if you pick the wrong one, then I'll punish everyone besides the blackened, and the one that deceived everyone else will graduate. Now then, to begin with,
We already know who did it.
Aoi, shut your trap. You're
Oh my gosh.
angry, but you're not right. You're
Spiky ice
He
cream.
does not have an alibi for when the murders took place, and he
Alibi.
found it in that suit. Don't try and deny it. You killed them.
I didn't. Someone knocked me out. I was asleep the whole time. I don't know anything about it.
Murdering no, murderer!
Yeah.
Murderer.
I am sorry to say, Hiro, but we do have evidence. Blueprints for the suit. Parts we assume were used to build it, and all of it was found in your room. You have to admit, the evidence is quite compelling. It points to you as having created the suit and wearing it while committing crime after crime.
How many times do I have to tell you? I don't know.
Is Hiro really the killer? Or before anything else, we have to make that clear.
Let's do it. Yeah. Now it's on debate.
Make your argument. What do I got? Oh, just one.
Oh man.
Okay. That's Hiro's message. Oh god, what even was his message? Wait, I don't remember.
His was the meet in the dining hall.
Yeah, it's blueprints because his handwriting's different. So I gotta go back around. What's the speed up button again?
Why did you kill them?
I don't remember.
Okay, space is slow down.
That's your focus gauge.
Is it control? Is control speed up? I mean, looking at the blueprints, the handwriting is awfully messy. Yep. If I remember right, Hiro's handwriting is
Blackened.
Yeah. Give me it again. Give me it again.
The blueprints are the suit part.
Dink.
Break.
Are we sure?
Pudding.
What do you mean? Well, take a look at this. It's the note that Hiro wrote, asking everyone to meet up after Alter Ego disappeared.
So we're just not worried about that anymore.
Bro.
We're just talking about it in front of everyone now. Like we're not worried about Alter Ego
I
now.
guess.
When you compare it to the blueprints,
There's no way you could think the same person made both of them.
Unless that person made it a point to disguise their handwriting.
No, the differences are bigger than that, I think.
Come on. I'm not smart enough to think of trying to change my handwriting anyway.
Dang.
I could believe that.
Are you saying you don't think Hiro's the culprit?
He is not the only one. I think Hiro's innocent as well.
Okay. Who cares what you think?
Who cares what you think? You're not my father.
Is it like Hiro said? Was there really someone running around in a second suit?
The suspicious
He was mind
individual
controlled.
hidden within the suit. Go ahead, Makoto. Tell them who it was.
I'm not sure. And of course, he passes it off to me. What a face.
Who was in the Robo Justice suit?
Yeah, Levi.
The suspicious individual in question, the one who must have been in the suit. Nah, he was in the suit. He had to have been in the suit. He was in the suit.
Yeah.
I can't think of anyone else it could have been. Obviously,
Little
Hiro was the
Monokuma
one that
whispering in my
had the
ear.
suit. We never found any kind of second suit.
Then there can be no doubt. Hiro is the prime suspect.
That doesn't make any sense. You just said Hiro didn't do it.
The dang rapid zoom in on the face.
Yeah.
I forgot about those.
Hiro was the suspicious individual in the suit, but he's not the culprit.
So what you're saying is...
He was framed.
That's right. The culprit culprit in this
He was
case has
tarp.
nothing to do with being in the Robo Justice suit.
Think about it. Did you ever see Robo Justice kill anyone?
Now that's a bold assumption. And what reason do you have to make such a statement? You do have a reason, yes?
Of course. But before we get to that,
I feel like the music's louder than it normally is.
there's something else we need to clarify first. So let's get that out of the way.
Stop trying to boss us around.
I'm gonna... 1 second.
If anything, I almost feel like the voices could just go up.
Why? That's not where I put those. That's not where I put those. I put them in the middle. I always put them in the middle. Why are you there? Let me make sure. Okay.
All things have a proper order.
Okay, that's much better.
That does sound better.
So what is it? What needs to be clarified?
Actually, now I'm gonna put him down just a little bit.
You don't want to hear somebody start yelling?
No. 2 notches probably.
We must clarify the
There we go.
method of transportation for Taka's lifeless body. It would seem that his corpse was moved using certain particular items. Makoto, can you tell us what they were?
My
Why is he
hands.
doing this?
Again, it's that thing of he doesn't actually know, and so he's passing it off to Makoto because he's like,
I got it!
surely Makoto knows. Sure. There's still one more thing. The things that were used to move Taka's body, they must have been Torp.
I got it!
Double
They
got it.
were a dolly and a tarp, right?
But what? You asked me to tell everyone. What's with the attitude?
So, let's see if I can explain. Taka's body disappeared from the equipment room, and then we rediscovered it in the repository. And when we found it for the second time, it was wrapped in a blue tarp, right? It was the same tarp that up until then was stored in the equipment room. So the killer must have seen it there and decided to use it when they moved Taka's body. That way, they wouldn't leave any bloodstains while they were moving it.
Okay, that explains the tarp. And the dolly?
Same thing. I'm sure the dolly was in the equipment room when we first found Taka's body there.
I'm certain it was.
But when the body disappeared, so did the dolly. Later, when Taka's body reappeared in the repository, so did the dolly.
So did the dog.
In other words, you think they
Thus
used the
spake
dolly to move the
Zarathustra.
body. Am I right? But are you sure you are not mistaken?
Huh?
Are you absolutely positive the dolly was in the equipment room when we found Taka's body?
I am.
That dolly was made specifically for moving large objects between the repository and the art room. It would be very strange indeed to discover it had made its way to the equipment room. Is it not possible that it was in the repository all along, and you simply didn't
Why is
realize
she
it?
gaslighting us?
She's raised an objection. How do you respond?
What's wrong
There
with
is
you?
no shame in being wrong. Nobody expects much from you anyway. We have all accepted the fact that you rarely understand what is going on around you.
I don't think everyone has. I feel like most people have accepted that he's pretty much the reason the last 2 trials worked.
I was about to say.
Wow. I've never had anyone sound so nice while being so mean.
It's pretty great, isn't it?
Why is there a tent in my pants? But I can maybe I can change your mind. If I can just explain to them why the dolly must have been moved from the equipment room to the repository. A new element has been added. Oh, a new element has been added to the bullet time battle. Would you like to hear more? Please tell me, what's the new element? Reloading. Starting with the next bullet time battle, we're going to add more than 1 ingredient. Great. On the bottom of the screen, underneath the tempo, ammo count. Until then, there hasn't been a limit on how you can destroy your opponent's statements. Now on, just locking and pressing the left mouse button won't be enough to handle them. It will cost you 1 bullet to destroy a single remark. Once you run out of bullets, you can't destroy any more statements no matter how locked on you are. However, you can reload by pressing the tab key. Okay. Just like locking on, you'll have to press the tab key in time with the tempo marker. Okay. Basically, it's just remember that the tab key now is a function along with everything. Okay. You'll automatically reload at the start of fever time, and your ammo will not decrease. Okay.
Well, that's
If
good.
your action difficulty is set to gentle, you want to do... Yeah. Okay. Good luck. Have fun. Okay.
You got it?
Yeah, I think. Wait, is it
Oh,
right click? Is it
bullet
right
time
click to
battle
lock
right
on?
now.
Right click
Yes.
locks on? Okay.
You had it wrong. I cannot agree. You are a fool. So pathetic.
Nope.
Lies will get you nowhere. Do your worst. Away with you. You miserable wretch. I cannot agree. You are
Oh,
a
I have to
fool.
do it in
Lies
time,
will
too.
get you nowhere.
Yep.
Do your worst. You miserable wretch. You had it wrong.
Oh.
I cannot agree. You are a fool. So pathetic. Lies will get you nowhere. Do your worst. Away with you.
Nice.
I cannot agree.
Fire.
This should prove it.
That sounded really goofy for me. Good job keeping up with the pace on that. You didn't even use your turbo mode.
I didn't remember how. I did.
Right here.
I did. I was locked in so hard because I couldn't remember how to use it.
I found the dolly in the repository. One of the wheels had a blood stain on it. There was a pool of blood in the equipment room with a tire mark in it that matched the dolly wheel's tread. The killer probably rolled the dolly through the blood on accident as they wheeled the body out of the room. And as the blood dried on the tire, they moved the body into the repository. So there's my proof that the dolly was used to move Taka's body.
Jeez, does Celeste really hate me that much?
Well, anyway, that was just something we had to get out of the way. Let's get back to the main subject.
Yeah, the subject of how Robo Justice didn't do it. Because if it's not a killer robot, then what kind of robot is it?
I'm not sure that really matters.
Thank you, Sakura.
I'd be happy to explain why the occupant of the suit couldn't possibly be the killer.
But I'm gonna have Makoto do it instead.
If you look back on how the body was transported, it will become immediately obvious.
Makoto.
If I look back on how the body was moved, it'll become clear why the person in the suit couldn't have done it because he couldn't bend down. What does he mean by that?
I love the
Make your
nonsense
argument.
debates. They're my favorite.
Robo Justice costume.
As we know, Taka was killed in the
Kill it!
Yup.
Shoot! Boom!
Nope.
And
that's
from
true.
there, the body was moved to the repository.
Yup.
Yeah, the culprit wrapped the body in the truck,
Yes.
then loaded it onto the dolly and wheeled it off, right?
That it? No.
Keep in mind that
Dang
the
it!
dolly doesn't have a handle.
Well, yeah, but even without a handle,
Keep watching. Remember, it's better to
all you'd have
True,
to
use
do
up your
is
time.
bend
That's it.
Yeah, better to use up time than to be wrong, because you only have so many lives. But you have 15 minutes for that.
Yep. I gotta get back into
You're
the swing of it.
absolutely right that you could push a dolly without a handle if you stoop down low. But if you were wearing that suit, do you think you could actually get into a position like that?
What do you mean?
I want to see you bend over out.
Think back to what you said when we were all checking out the suit together. Remember?
But specifically in the Robo Justice suit.
Yes.
I have a very particular set of tastes.
I'm blind as a bat in here. Can't see my feet at all. I'm surprised you got anywhere in this thing.
I'm telling you, it wasn't me.
And not to mention, you totally can't bend at the waist. Seems like a pretty obvious oversight.
When you're in that suit, not only can you not see your feet, but you can't even bend at the waist. Am I right about that?
Now that you mention it, yeah.
It seems like it'd be awfully hard to push that dolly if you couldn't bend over.
Foot.
Well, what's to stop you from simply
Dang.
pushing the dolly with your feet?
When you can't even see your feet?
True.
You really think someone could kick the dolly all that way?
And also, you still have to load the person onto it, which would also require you to bend over.
Yeah, it'd be totally impossible. Not that I can say for sure myself.
On top of that, if you were wearing such a rigid, cumbersome suit, it's very unlikely you would have the dexterity to go about wrapping the body in a tarp.
Well, I mean, isn't
Isn't that just a matter of taking off the suit when you're ready to move
But you
the
can't.
body?
You can't take it off by yourself.
What?
There's absolutely no chance that the costume was taken off the body to move the body because you're not strong enough. Once you're on, you can never take it off. You can't take it off by yourself.
I got it!
He's
I
got
don't
it.
think taking off the suit was an option. If you remember,
I don't know what's up with this thing, but I can't actually get it off. A little help?
Why would you make something that you can't take off by yourself?
I didn't make the stupid friggin' thing.
There's a clasp on the back that's keeping you from getting it off. It looks pretty sturdy. I don't think you could get it off on your own. We don't really have a choice. Let's help him.
That's true. It seems impossible to put the suit on or take it off without help.
Then, you really can't take it off by yourself? Hiro wasn't just making it up?
You were there when we determined that, Aoi. You really think he was lying that hard?
She hates him.
if he could have gotten it off by himself, I don't think he would have let us see him wearing it. Showing up in the suit was basically an invitation for everyone to suspect it.
Yeah, that's right!
So, it's really, really true that Robo Justice couldn't have moved the dolly?
To be clear, whoever did move the body, it couldn't have been Hiro in the robot suit, correct?
No, wait. Just a second, if you please. Have you forgotten about the picture that I took? You all got a good look at it, did you not? The image of Hifumi being dragged away by Robo Justice?
What about it?
If whoever was in that suit is not the culprit, how do you explain that?
I mean, he's not killing him.
Besides, do you remember what the now deceased Hifumi said?
How did you get hurt? That guy hit me.
What guy?
Robo Justice. That's what I decided to call him just now.
So long as those facts exist, the proper conclusion is beyond question. The individual inside the suit and the culprit are one and the same. It was Hiro, without a doubt. Yeah, that's gotta be right.
Hold on a second!
It's still far too early to reach that conclusion.
Oh no, the girl bosses.
Besides, there's no hurry to decide who did it. Before we rush to a verdict, shouldn't we explore every single possibility? Instead of seizing on one viewpoint, the truth is uncovered by analyzing things from every angle.
Perhaps, but where do we go from here?
True.
Let's review this series of unfortunate events from the beginning. Maybe we'll uncover something new.
What a pain in the ass!
I don't disagree, but our lives are on the line. If this is what it takes, we have to do it.
Plus, maybe we'll get to find out where the heck Kyoko was when everything went down.
No.
All right then, let's take another look back at what happened.
She's the
I
only
suppose
person
we
who
could
gets to
start
be
with this
mysterious.
morning.
No one else.
4 of us gathered together in the dining hall.
She's just gonna
Makoto,
repeat the thing she said to us
Hina,
earlier?
Kyoko, and myself.
Seems like it.
We waited there for quite a while, but nobody else showed up, so we went to look for everyone. That was around 8 a.m.
And as soon as we split up, Kyoko went missing.
Soon after that, Hina found Celeste in the rec room and quickly came to get Makoto and me.
It seems I was unconscious for about an hour after I was attacked by my mystery assailant. I know it was an hour because I remember being attacked a little after 7.
7.
That was when we saw Celeste's picture and discovered that her assailant had been wearing a strange costume. As it turns out, it was Robo Justice. It also soon became clear that this same Robo Justice had abducted Hifumi. We were soon joined in our search by Byakuya and Toko, and then went on to find Hifumi in the library. He was injured, so we took him to the nurse's office and resumed our search for the suspect. But not long after leaving the nurse's office...
What's wrong?
I saw a shadow. Something moving at the top of the stairs.
This is like the 4th time we've seen that
When
flashback.
Celeste told us that, we
let's see
decided
if we
to
can go for our
split up
5th.
and search the 2nd floor. And soon after that,
I saw someone moving around on the 3rd floor, and I yelled out to everyone as soon as I did.
I need to get a new chair, man. Mine's too creaky.
Yeah.
Celeste, what's wrong?
This is probably the 4th time we've
Do
seen
we just
this
want to go
one.
through it? Do we just want to do?
That was rather intense scream for someone like you.
I saw him, the strange costume man. He ran over to the screen. I was fucking so I have it in the hallway in the speed. Oh,
Yes.
oh. What was that? The camera does it. Must be. Everybody gets to the level. This is bad. Come on, we have to go back.
at that point we decided to divide up into 2 groups. Celeste, Hina, and I went back to the nurse's office, while Sakura, Byakuya, and Toko chased after the suspect. When we got back to the nurse's office, we found Hifumi, dead. And that's when we heard the body discovery announcement. I left Celeste and Hina there and headed back to the 3rd floor, to let the others know what had happened.
Meanwhile, we had just discovered Taka's body in the equipment room. We must have found both bodies at almost exactly the same time, because we heard the same announcement not long after we discovered his body.
And that's when I told you guys about Hifumi. Then the 3 of us headed for the nurse's office. But right after we left the physics lab, we ran into Celeste, who'd arrived after us. And she told us something very
Are we
surprising.
gonna do it again? Are we gonna? Yep. Okay.
He's disappeared.
We rushed
That
back
was
to
a
the
quick one.
nurse's office and saw that she was right.
Then we remembered we'd left Toko passed out in the equipment room, so we hurried back again.
This can't be happening.
Are we all hallucinating or something?
But when we got there, we discovered that now Taka's body had also gone missing.
Byakuya would refuse to participate in the sped up version of the flashbacks.
Next thing we knew, we were searching the school for 2 missing dead bodies. And after some time,
Celeste informed us that she'd found the bodies, and we all headed to the repository, which is where we rediscovered the corpses.
I think that about covers it.
I see. The whole thing sounds exceptionally complicated. It certainly seems to me that these are not a simple series of connected events.
Okay, well, if that's true, then what?
Rather than a single series of events, I think we have to consider each murder a separate situation.
Okay.
And from there, we can uncover the contradictions surrounding all of them.
Okay.
Now then, let's get started, beginning with what happened to Taka.
Contradictions hidden in what happened to Taka. In order to uncover the truth of this case, I have to find them, no matter what.
Me when the debate is non-stop.
Wanna file number 3.
So, regarding
the head.
Taka's death, I wonder if he died before Hifumi, or perhaps it was after.
We already know what order they were killed in. Taka came last.
what makes you say that?
Is that true?
Because of the numbering of the Justice Hammers.
It's true that Hifumi was killed with Justice Hammer 3, while Taka's death came from a swing of Justice Hammer 4.
See? So it's obvious Taka came after.
You know what you need to do?
I think I need to hit the order because there's no order specified. It's just that they were both killed by a bonk to the head.
But does that evidence beat that?
Monokuma file number 3. The Justice Hammers were numbered, but were they really used in that order?
So, regarding Taka's death,
I wonder if he...
or perhaps it was after.
We already know what order they were killed in. Taka came last.
The only other thing
What
would be
makes you
would
say
be
that?
Because of the numbering of the
numbering of the
Justice Hammers.
It's true that
And
Hifumi
does
was killed with
Monokuma File
Justice
3
Hammer 3.
refute the
While
numbering of the
Taka's
Justice
death
Hammers?
came from a swing of Justice Hammer 4.
See? So it's
I don't think
obvious
so.
Taka came after.
Okay, put me back in.
So, regarding, I wonder if, or perhaps it was. We already know what order they were killed in.
No.
Come on, Makoto, don't scare me like that. Makes me think something weird's going on.
Shoot!
Maybe think about it one more time. There must be a contradiction in there somewhere.
So, regarding Taka's death, I wonder if, or perhaps it was. We already know Taka came last.
What makes you say?
Because of the numbering of the Justice Hammers.
Yeah, okay. I gotta right click it.
Shoot! So, regarding Taka's death, I wonder if he died before Hifumi, or perhaps it was after. We already know what order they were killed in.
-5 seconds.
Taka
Oh, that was.
came
I don't
last.
quite remember how. 1 second. I need to. Space key. Fast forward. Weak spots. Truth bullets. Truth bullets. Quick as a Q key. If you target a weak spot and hold down the left mouse button, you can quickly turn flashback bullets up here. Use them to switch to another truth bullet. Noise. Use that truth bullet. Well.
Yeah.
I can open the handbook and look at it. The cause of death for each was a blow to the head. It was thought that they were killed with a similar weapon. That's it.
Yep.
The two statements. Well, I'm also not sure how a flashback would help with this
What
either,
makes
though.
you say that?
If that is even what
Because
needs to
of
be
the
done
numbering
here.
of the Justice Hammers.
It's true that Hifumi was killed with Justice Hammer 3, while Taka's death came from a swing of Justice Hammer 4.
See? So it's obvious Taka came after.
There were numbered, but were they really used in that order?
So, regarding Taka's
Well, I
death,
probably need the other one and
I
not this.
wonder if he died before Hifumi, or perhaps it was after. We already know what order they were killed in. Taka came last.
What makes you say that?
Because of the numbering of the
This?
Justice.
Yes.
There you go.
That's wrong.
Okay.
Hold on. There's no reason to assume that the hammers were used in the same order as their numbers. If anything, that's just another way the killer tried to disguise their actions.
So you're saying the culprit wanted us to think the hammers were used in order,
Precisely.
but in reality, Taka was killed before Hifumi?
Precisely.
Okay then, let's see the proof.
Uh-oh.
We already knew that one from something else.
Evidence that proves Taka was killed before Hifumi. There's something... Oh, his watch. What time he died. Hangman's Gambit. I don't remember what all of these things even are anymore. Wristwatch.
Yeah, you just gotta spell it out in order.
Dang it.
Oh.
Duck!
Oh!
Give me that. Give me that. S, 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 S. S? S? S?
Oh. S behind
oh
the
my
eye.
god! Got it.
B.
K.
K.
Walked.
Wristwatch.
I understand.
I don't
Well,
like.
I
when
feel
says
like he hasn't been
things.
saying
Yeah.
that until now.
I got it. Taka's wristwatch. See? Look. It broke with the hands pointing just past 6 o'clock.
Is it Irish?
It must have gotten broken when he was attacked by the killer.
Is it
Because
burglar?
as of last night,
Hey, how are you? 10 o'clock, bedtime, boy, girl.
Yes.
so if it wasn't
Yes.
broken after 6 last night, then he must have been attacked around 6 this morning.
And that would be his official time of death.
But if that's true, then he was killed well before Hifumi.
Yes, that's why we're bringing it up.
And before Celeste was attacked this morning, which happened around 7.
That's right.
Yes.
Taka was killed before any of the other incidents took place.
That simple fact slipped past all of us. We made
Yes.
the wrong assumption about the order of events, all because of those justice hammers.
That's exactly why the culprit wrote the numbers on each hammer and had them increase in size. That way, when we saw how they were used in each incident, we'd easily make that wrong assumption.
Now, if Taka was killed around 6, then everyone's alibis for his
Uh-oh.
murder go out the window. Because when he was killed, we hadn't met up in the dining hall yet.
So I still think it's Hiro.
That may be true in
Yeah,
the case
yes.
of Taka's murder, but all of our alibis still hold true for Hifumi's death.
That's right. With him, at least, we're all safe.
Huh? What's that? Hifumi said there's a...
When we heard Hifumi screaming, we were all together. Except for Hiro and Kyoko. Then we all ran down to the nurse's office, and that's where we found his body.
Yes.
Totally true. We're all in the clear.
Oh,
Yes.
I know! They must have recorded him screaming on a tape or something, then played it later on!
If that's
Umineko
true,
thinking?
where's the tape?
I don't know.
Truly.
True, it's a
Umineko
devil's
thing.
proof.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't have to prove it. I don't-
Just go making stuff up.
Anyway, we all have rock-solid alibis for when we
Say
heard
it in red
Hifumi
for us,
scream.
Mm.
Since all of us were there together, clearly none of us could have killed him.
And it does not stop there. There was also the moment when we discovered his body had disappeared. When his body vanished from the nurse's office, Hina and I were in the bathroom together, while everyone else was in the equipment room, correct? And then there's the disappearance of Taka's body from the equipment room. At that time, we were all gathered together in the nurse's office because of Hifumi going missing. Well, don't forget, I was passed out in the equipment room the whole time.
Wait, then what if Genocide Jill did it? She could
Yes.
have dragged Taka's body out of there right then!
What if Hifumi did it?
Even if she could pull that off, there's no way she could have done the same with Hifumi's body. Because, as we just established, she was passed out in the equipment room when his body disappeared.
Besides, I didn't do either of them anyway. In other words, it is impossible that any of us could have killed Hifumi or moved either of their bodies. On the other hand, Hiro and Kyoko had disappeared, so they most certainly could have done those things.
So what now, Kyoko?
For now, we can't get fixated on who did it, or we'll just keep going around in circles. So instead of who, I propose we start talking about how. In particular,
Good answer, good
I
answer.
think we need to figure out how Hifumi's body got moved.
That's true. We
He
searched
got up,
everywhere, but we couldn't
and he
figure out how to
walked
explain
away.
his body disappearing. And according to what Celeste said,
We could not have been gone for more than a minute or two, though. So then, the killer was able to get in and move Hifumi's body in that short amount of time? It would seem so.
his body apparently disappeared in the 1 minute her and Hina took their eyes off of it. But to carry that much weight from the first floor up to the third in that short amount of time?
Oh man, yeah! There's no way! It'd be impossible!
Well, what if I told you there was a way to make the impossible possible?
Oh my
What?
gosh.
How?
If the dead body were to move itself.
Yeah!
The dead body moved on its own?
No!
God damn it.
Not another ghost!
You missed a go.
I don't think it has anything to do with the occult. I think what she's implying is, we thought Hifumi was dead, but perhaps in reality he was still alive.
He was alive?
Are you saying Hifumi wasn't carried out of the nurse's office, but simply walked out on his own?
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, we found his body.
He wasn't, though. He
was
literally
dead.
woke up and spoke to all of you.
He was
Perhaps
dead,
simply
man.
Playing dead.
That it isn't possible.
Again, I feel like we're really heavily glossing over the fact that he talked to all of you after the incident in the nurse's office, where you thought he was dead.
That was a miracle, alright?
The idea that Hifumi was still alive. Is it really possible? Make your argument. What are you gonna give me? Just the broken wristwatch?
Surely
Are
you can
you
use that.
saying that when we first found Hifumi in the nurse's office, there's a chance he was actually still alive?
No, it is impossible. Hifumi was dead, without a doubt.
And you know that how?
Surely you heard the body discovery announcement along with the rest of us.
Well,
Hifumi's dead body had been found.
nope, it's not that, but it's not
And
this
that is
either.
why the announcement was made.
Are we really so sure about
Or,
that?
well,
Maybe
no,
the
no.
announcement was intended to signal
No,
someone
I
else's
left click and
discovery.
hold. Dang it!
Oh!
I keep thinking it's right click for some reason. It's left click and hold. Okay, let's get back through
Are
it.
you saying that when we first there's a chance he
No. Hifumi was dead. Don't you know that? Surely you heard the body that Hifumi is dead, and that is.
Are we really so? Maybe the announcement was intended to signal someone else's discovery.
But now are you gonna use it?
On it was for Hifumi's death.
Are you saying that when we first there's a chance he
No. Hifumi was dead, without a doubt.
And you know that how?
Surely you heard the body discovery announcement of Hifumi's
Dead body had been found.
No, that's wrong.
Oh,
There
Was
you
the
go.
body discovery announcement that was made really intended for Hifumi?
again, you've all been thinking about it in the wrong order.
Of course it was. The announcement played right after we discovered his body.
Well, it did, but
Maybe.
it wasn't for his
But
body.
that was also the same time that Taka's body was found.
That's right. It wasn't long after finding his body that we heard the announcement.
So there's a good chance we've made a mistake in there somewhere. I think we've confused whether the announcement was for Hifumi or Taka.
First of all, if 2 bodies had been found, there really should have been 2 announcements.
True.
Maybe Monokuma simply got lazy and rolled them together into one.
What do you have to say, Monokuma?
What do you say, Monokuma?
Thank you.
Any comment?
Well, it's a very sensitive issue, so I can't go into too much detail. But what I can say about the body discovery announcement is that it's only broadcast when 3 or more people find a dead body for the first time.
That didn't answer our question, man. We were asking if you're a lazy bum.
Dang.
Dang.
Actually, that was plenty.
Huh?
He said it's only broadcast when a body is discovered for the first time, which means even if we find the same body again later, he won't make the announcement again.
And he made an announcement when we were in the room after Hifumi, woke up and talked to us and then died.
If that's true, then why was the announcement made again later on?
Huh? Later on?
Exactly. We heard the body discovery announcement twice.
Body discovery announcement. First time we played was each body in the nurse's office in the equipment room. And the second time was when? Just after Hifumi came back to life.
Shoot!
It wasn't after,
Oh, well, he died after. He died.
but it wasn't played after.
When both bodies were rediscovered, when Taka was found unconscious. When was it played? When both bodies were rediscovered. That's right. Right? It was not played when Toko was found unconscious.
I got it!
Okay.
We heard it a second time in the repository when we rediscovered the two bodies.
He woke up and spoke right after that.
Ah. No, you're not gonna. Okay.
He normally reads those, man.
It didn't seem weird at the time, but it contradicts what Monokuma just told us, doesn't it?
Exactly. If we were actually rediscovering both bodies, the announcement shouldn't have played.
Then in reality, when the two dead bodies were rediscovered, one of them was actually being discovered for the first time.
So, when we found Hifumi the first time in the nurse's office, he wasn't actually dead yet. Meaning, he
Taka
wasn't
wasn't
actually
dead yet.
found dead until we came upon him in the repository.
And that's just part of it. There's one other thing that leads me to believe he was still alive in the nurse's office.
Oh, I know! Because he was super good at playing dead! Bada bing, bada boom!
Thanks, Joel.
That is the worst logic I have ever heard. But honestly, I do not think there's anything that can
The
prove he was
glasses.
still alive.
Okay then, let's take another look at the events surrounding the discovery of his body. Then it should become clear whether he was really alive or not.
This whole thing is pointless.
There has to be proof that shows Hifumi was still alive. I have to find it and show it to everyone. The glasses. Make your argument. The glasses, yep.
Well, here's one thing we do know. The first time we found Hifumi's body was in the nurse's office. And then, while me and Celeste were in the bathroom, his body disappeared.
And the next time we saw his body, it was in the repository.
But when you compare his body before being moved and his body after being moved, other than the change in how it was positioned,
Oops.
there was no notable difference.
Not true.
Then,
Is that it, though?
was he really still alive?
Of
It's
course
gotta
not.
be, yeah, because this
It
is
is
the last bit of
impossible.
dialogue.
This is ridiculous.
There was a change. His glasses. Yeah, okay.
Well,
Let's go
here's
through it
one
again.
thing. The
Run it
first
back.
time we found him, and then his body disappeared.
And the next time it was in the
I was
Then
like Chipmunks
compare his
mode.
body before, other than the change in how it was positioned, there was no notable difference.
No, he's wrong.
Bang!
In fact,
Break indeed.
there was one clear difference between Hifumi in the nurse's office and the repository. His glasses. That fact alone proves that he was only playing dead in the beginning.
Perhaps you'd like to fill the rest of us in?
No.
Well,
When we found Hifumi in the nurse's office, his glasses were covered with blood. But when we found him again later in the repository, they were spotless. And I found the item he used to wipe them clean in the nurse's office trash can.
Evidence I found in the trash can in the nurse's office was
Hifumi's glasses.
Hifumi's glasses.
Got it! It was a glasses cleaning cloth featuring a certain cartoon mascot.
That he has mentioned several times before.
One look at the bloodstain on the cloth should make things clear. This piece of cloth was used to wipe Hifumi's glasses clean. And the mascot on the cloth is the same one that's on the digital camera, right? And whose digital camera was it? Hifumi's, of course.
The character was Princess Piggles from Demon Angel Pretty Pudgy Princess, I think.
Wow.
Crazy.
Yeah, it's crazy that you remembered
I
that.
highly doubt anyone but Hifumi would have brought something like this to school.
I see
Yeah,
your
totally,
point.
man.
And
Totally,
the
yeah.
only people here who wear
Couldn't have been me.
glasses
I wouldn't be caught dead using a tacky piece of garbage like that.
Dang.
You don't understand,
Oh, I need to
Byakuya.
keep my glasses clean.
Then there's no question. It belonged to Hifumi.
So what you're saying is, what exactly?
He got up and he danced away.
What I'm saying is, The blood on his glasses was wiped away using his own glasses cleaning cloth.
Even if that is true, it does not mean he wiped the blood off himself.
No one else was in the room, Celeste. You two went to the bathroom.
But who would benefit from a clean pair of glasses other than the glasses owner?
That's a good point.
And it must have been him, right?
So let's assume that Hifumi was still alive in the nurse's office. He pretends to be dead. Then when he's alone, he wipes his glasses clean so he can see. Then he stands up and walks out on his own 2 feet. And with that, the impossible task of moving his copious corpse becomes possible, wouldn't you say?
Great descriptor, Kyoko.
But then, if he was just pretending to be dead, what was with all that blood? Was it paint or something?
The fridge in the nurse's office
Yup,
contains
yup.
packs of blood for emergencies. He probably used one of those.
He figured if he was gonna play dead, he should go all out, so he just dumped it everywhere. But he got crazy with it and had to wipe his glasses off when he was done. God, what an idiot!
And if Hifumi was still alive at that point, the disappearance of Taka's body is easily explained. It should be perfectly obvious who must have moved Taka's corpse.
Oh God, am I gonna have to? You gonna hand this to me, Kyoko? Oh no, it's just gonna. Okay. The one who moved Taka's body was probably Hifumi.
I got it! It could only have been Hifumi.
While we were all gathered in the nurse's office, he went to the equipment
But
room
why?
and took Taka's body.
Why would he do that? Why would he do any of that?
Good question.
That also explains how the door to the repository got locked.
The door was locked?
Who is he? Who was he helping?
Well,
Because he's dead
after the
now,
bodies
so
were
he clearly
split,
doesn't benefit
we
from
all
any
went
of this.
looking for them, right? So me and Sakura headed for the repository. But when we got there, the door was locked.
And the repository door can only be locked from the inside.
And Hifumi must
Which
have
means
locked.
when Hina and Sakura got to the repository, someone was already inside.
And it could only have been Hifumi, who just finished stashing Taka's body there.
He convinced us all he was dead, and when he saw his chance, he dragged Taka's body to the repository.
And then intentionally told everyone Hiro.
So, Hifumi wasn't just another victim in this case. He was one of the assailants.
She's shaking at me.
But that means he took part in the murders.
I just can't believe it.
Murder suicide.
If you're having trouble, would you like me to show you one more piece of evidence?
The smirk.
There's more?
Oh, absolutely. The single biggest fact pointing to his involvement has yet to be revealed. You know what I'm talking about, right, Makoto? The item he took off of Taka's lifeless body?
Oh. The thing Hifumi stole from Taka. Could it be? The thing he shoved down his pants.
Yes. Robo Justice.
I got it!
Yeah, an entire suit in there?
You're talking about the note Hifumi had hidden away, aren't you?
Hidden note?
That's right.
Yeah, we
Found
just
it
didn't
stuffed in
want to
his
tell you
pants.
guys about it. We just,
What? In his
that's why we didn't want to tell you.
pants?
His drawers.
She seemed kind of excited about that.
Yes, his pants.
I don't know why. That was really funny to me, but just Sakura being
Yes.
like, yes. His pants, clearly.
It's all coming
well,
together.
Forget
Yeah.
about the pants for now.
Why didn't I think
Take a
of
look
that?
at what the
Why-
note says.
It was so obvious.
I found a hole maybe we can use to escape. Monokuma can't find out, so don't tell anyone for now. Let's meet in the equipment room at 6 a.m.
That's the note I was telling you about. The one that told me where to go. Huh? Wait, this one's a little different. In my note it said, Monokuma can't find out, so don't tell anyone else for now. Let's meet in the rec room at 1 a.m.
I see. Then this note isn't the same one Hiro got.
It's not the same?
In other words, the killer got in touch with another person besides Hiro. And that person could only have been...
Hifumi's pants!
Yes, sir.
I got it!
I figured it out.
I got
That's
it!
right! Taka!
You say that, and then Sakura's like, yes. Of course, his pants.
The killer used this note to draw out Taka and murder him.
Hello? Over here! Objection! Objection!
What?
I don't
Wrong
really understand
game.
what's going on, but Hifumi had that letter, right? So whoever wrote it wasn't drawing out TikTok, they were drawing out Huffy.
Okay, you gotta say people's names here, Jill. You got Big Mac is understandable enough, but TikTok and Huffy are a little out there.
I don't know. Okay, TikTok, yeah, I like Huffy.
Yeah.
TikTok is Taka and Huffy is Hifumi, right?
Ugh, yes! Why must you ruin it every time?
Yeah, milk sack.
Milk bag. Man, Genocide Jack is seriously scary, but I really don't think she is. At this point, she's more of the comic relief. She's
like a cartoon.
I can't let her get to me. Okay, what are you giving me?
Kind of Shanae coded.
Ooh, okay. Broken wrist, glasses cleaning cloth. Okay. How do I switch these again? Q? Okay.
Then the person it was intended for must have been Huffy.
But remember what the note said.
Get out of here.
What time did it say to meet?
Broken wristwatch.
6 a.m., I believe.
Yeah. Okay.
The time doesn't matter.
It would be broken wristwatch then.
The note has nothing to do with TikTok.
Would it be for that? No. I don't know what happened at 6 a.m. Meeting the Among Us ghost. That must be what I need to clear up. Okay. Where do I use this?
Then the person it was intended for must have been Huffy.
I meant to hit this.
But remember what the note said.
Remember what the note said. Yup. That doesn't need
What
refuted.
time did it say to meet?
What time did it say to meet?
6 a.m.
6 a.m.
The time doesn't
Meeting
matter.
Dama Kukosita at 6 a.m.
The note has
I'm gonna
nothing to do
try
with
this
TikTok.
one. Okay. I wasn't sure, but
You got it. Because it was his wristwatch after all.
No, there absolutely is a connection.
Whoa.
What are you talking about?
The note said to meet at 6 a.m., which is the same time Taka was murdered. We've already proven that using his wristwatch. But there's more. Look where the note says to meet. The equipment room, right?
Which is where Taka was killed. I see.
So, Taka was murdered at both the time and place written in the note. I think that should be plenty to show that this note was definitely meant for Taka.
Well, when you put it like that. No further objections.
Someone used that note to trick Taka. Just the same as
you
me.
guys had fun with this.
The culprit really is a cold-blooded monster. Telling people they found a way out.
But if
You're
they gave the
21.
note to Taka,
Sorry.
what's Hifumi doing with it?
Stuff down his pants, no less.
Most likely. Hifumi stole it off Taka's
Because
corpse
he didn't want
after he
people
died.
to see it as a piece of evidence because he was helping someone.
Huh? He stole it?
Where's your proof?
The
Go
rip,
ahead.
the tear.
Show us.
The tear in his underwear.
I got it!
He's got it.
When I searched
to full.
Taka's body,
Back to
I saw
full.
that his lifeless hand was gripping a small scrap of paper. If I'm right about this, the sheet of paper this piece came from is... I knew it! It fits perfectly
didn't
with the
try
note
that
found hidden on
yet?
Hifumi.
No, rigor mortis is set in.
Then Taka's scrap and Hifumi's note.
Yup, they're from the same piece of paper.
Hifumi had the note meant for Taka, while Taka's corpse still grasped a small piece of that note. There's only one way to explain it.
Taka died clutching the note. Hifumi tried to free the note from his death grip, leaving behind only one small scrap. Did I get all that right?
That means Hifumi knew the note
Have
was
we exhausted
important.
the pants theory yet?
Yeah.
Exactly. Which proves that he was an accomplice in the murder.
Whoa. Yeah. After seeing all this, Hifumi was super involved in this whole thing for sure. In
They're
fact,
serious.
he was behind the whole thing. In fact, he's still alive.
No.
You're so about it.
No.
You're no. You're getting a little too ahead of yourself, Hiro.
When we found him in the repository, Hifumi was truly and completely dead. The
Well.
second body discovery announcement proves that.
But he did like speak a little bit.
He did. He did come back to life. He did.
Who killed Hifumi?
Whoever did.
So what the
is
game's telling us is that
mastermind.
was a real miracle. Then that was.
Yes.
He was killed.
He,
in
his
the
heartbeat
repository.
was 0.
So he
Wow.
must have been
But then
killed not long after
the
transporting
tears
Taka's
brought him
body.
to life.
So, he must have been killed after Taka's body vanished, but before we found both bodies in the repository.
The
During
crying
that time,
Saint
we all
Owie.
split up and were searching for Taka's missing body. In other words, during that time, none of us have alibis.
Wait, but me and Sakura were together. Stop trying to steal the spotlight, you stupid walrus.
That's a new one.
Who are you calling a walrus?
Anyway, when they were killed bothers me too. But there's something that's been bothering me even more.
And what might that be?
The weapon they used to kill Hifumi.
The weapon?
Yeah, because I mean, according to the Monokuma file, the way Taka and Hifumi were killed was almost the same, with them having similar fractures and all. But Justice Hammer 3 and 4 were still laying around in the nurse's
The
office
wet
and
hammer.
equipment room, right? So if Hifumi was
Whammer.
killed in the repository, the culprit would have had to grab one of the hammers,
Justice Whammer
kill
7.
Hifumi, then put the hammer back where they found it. But wouldn't that be seriously risky for him?
It would, but they did it.
I'm surprised. It seems there's some semblance of a brain knocking around that skull of yours after all.
Why you gotta be like that, man? Why you
Hell
gotta...
yeah, it's packed in there good and tight.
Okay, yeah, okay,
He's
yep,
right,
I'm
though.
sure.
I don't understand it either. The Monokuma file makes it clear that they were killed using similar instruments. But if the hammers were already laying around those other rooms...
Or it could have just been the same one. Well, no, because that was in the equipment room, not the repository.
So the question is, how could the culprit
you know it
have
was in the
gotten their
repository.
hands on either of the hammers?
Whammer.
Personally, I haven't a clue. So which hammer was used to attack Celeste? Number 1 or number 2?
Those were accounted for in other rooms too. And I don't think either one is big enough to kill someone.
Then,
Is it not
Right,
possible they
right,
used a different
uh,
weapon?
I don't think it is possible. They were both killed with the same kind of thing, right?
So then,
Hifumi
what was
actually just
used
fell
to
and hit
kill
his head
Hifumi?
really hard.
Run from it, hide from it. All things circle back to accident theory.
All things circle back to actually his head just did that.
He fell.
Yep. A weapon that was actually used to kill Hifumi. The whole picture surrounding the case won't become clear until we figure that out. Somehow, I have to find the truth. Whammer. Oh, well, it's just
Spammer.
It's just spammer.
What was
Yep.
used to kill Hifumi?
Spotless hammer.
Was it Justice Hammer
Spotless
3?
hammer.
Maybe Justice Hammer 4?
Spotless hammer.
well, whatever it was, there's one thing we have to figure out. How was the culprit able to move around so freely with the weapon? How did nobody witness them carrying it?
Wouldn't be that.
Sounds like a Justice Hammer 5 is about to make its appearance!
Spotless hammer.
Check out murdergear.com/hammertime for more info!
What?
I'm
Well,
going.
one thing seems pretty clear. The murder weapon had to be one of the Justice Hammers.
Oh, probably that
And,
one.
that's about it.
Probably the last one, because spotless hammer. Somebody was killed in the repository, right?
It's real!
So if
But
the
it's not
weapons
related
used
to
to
this.
kill both of them were... It's not? It's...
No.
Both of them were actually similar. It's
What was
gotta
used
be
to
that
kill
last
Hifumi?
one.
Was it just maybe Justice?
It's gotta be that last
There's
one.
one. How was the culprit? How did nobody? Sounds like a Justice Hammer. Check out murdergear.com.
Well, the murder weapon had to be one of the...
Yep.
No, that's wrong.
No, that's wrong.
The murder weapon wasn't a justice hammer at all. No, it was something completely different.
But, seriously? A different weapon?
Well, it wasn't a different weapon, but it was a different hammer.
Specifically, a hammer from the repository. The killer could have easily used that to kill Hifumi. Now, all the hammers in the repository were covered in flecks of grit and debris. But for some reason, one of them had been scrubbed clean.
Huh?
And the reason it had been scrubbed clean was most likely because it was used to commit murder. If the hammer got covered in Hifumi's blood, of course they'd have to clean it off. I'd also like to point out that the repository has all kinds of hammers. Big ones, small ones,
Some as big as your...
and even some flat mallet-like ones.
Whoa.
I think whoever made the Justice hammers used those as a basis for their design.
If that's true, that would explain the Monokuma file's note about the wounds being similar.
So Hifumi moved Taka's body to the repository, where someone then used a hammer to kill him.
And whoever did that is the true killer. The one Hifumi was working with. And the one who betrayed him. Hold on a moment. I still think it's strange to assume someone was working together with him. The way the graduation rule works, there is no benefit to helping someone else carry out a murder. So the idea that anyone would work together like that is simply ludicrous. We talked about this, did we not?
We did talk about how there wouldn't be any reason for anyone to work together. At least that's what we thought at first, but... Okay, this one might be a little difficult, I'm not sure. What's your
See what
argument?
they say.
Spotless hammer still. This is probably going to be a left
Based
click
on
hold.
the rules that have been laid out for us, even
Is
if
it
more
short?
than one person is complicit in the murder, only the one who actually carried out the act can graduate and survive. Assuming the rule holds true, it is simply impossible that two people work together on this.
That's probably the click and shoot
That
one.
is how the rule was explained to us.
But that only really applies if there's one murder, right? In this case, however, there were two murders.
Try that. I'll try that number. Can I really say there's no chance two people work together on this?
Based on the rules that have been laid out for us, even if more than one person is complicit in the murder, only the one who actually carried out the act can graduate and survive. Assuming the rule holds
Try
true.
that. Try that. Yeah.
No, it's wrong.
Break!
Since there were two murders, it's at least plausible that more than one person was involved.
What do you mean?
If there'd only been one murder, then yes, the idea of an accomplice isn't really worth considering. Naturally, if only one person can be saved per murder, an accomplice has no risk versus reward benefit.
Risk versus reward benefit?
You mean you said that without, like, knowing any of the... any of the reasoning behind it, Makoto? You...
The payoff for
Yes.
working together. The reward that balances out the risk of taking part in the scheme. There's no point in being someone's accomplice if there's no benefit to you. However, if there were some potential mutual reward for the risk, then cooperation becomes possible.
You're saying that two people could act as each other's accomplices to commit two separate murders.
I think that's what the true killer told Hifumi. They would each have an accomplice for their crime. And based on the case's events, Hifumi would have been the first one to act, murdering Taka. They made him carry out the first murder so he couldn't back out of helping them later on.
So in this case, there wasn't one single person committing multiple murders. Instead, each person killed someone, creating two separate incidents. And it only looked like one person because that's how the true killer designed it to look. A single suspicious individual, a similar weapon used in each crime, disappearing bodies. By creating one seamless set of circumstances, they made it look like one person was behind it all.
The mastermind picked their target and managed to convince him to go along with their plan. And then, to avoid the no accomplices rule, they simply killed their accomplice. Which, if true, means that betraying Hifumi was part of the plan from the very beginning.
Dang.
But that's just
Oops.
awful. How could anyone be so cruel?
You think so? I can't help but admire its cunning. Still, their choice of accomplice seems odd.
Effort made to convince us that the two murderers were the same. That was the main characteristic this time. Kyoko must have noticed that fact from the very beginning. Which is why she said not to look at this as a series of connected events, but entirely separate incidents. Kyoko really is amazing. Although, when you think about it, she's almost too amazing. Like, it's almost unnatural how good she is at this.
I understand how an accomplice could be involved, but then who was the one pulling Hifumi's strings?
Don't worry your little head off about it, Makoto.
That's problem numero uno right now.
As long as the leash is on you, you're fine.
Yep.
The true killer manipulated Hifumi to carry out a number of actions, and in the end, murdered him. In the debates up till now, the way the case is unfolded, when you consider all that, there's really only one person who seems fit. Select someone. Oh!
My guess.
There's only one
Gotta be
person who's been manhandling Hifumi, and it's Celeste.
Here's my answer. It was Celeste.
Ah, so I'm the suspicious individual now, am I?
I don't think it was now, I'm not gonna lie.
I really do hate this kind of joke.
A joke? I wonder.
So what you are saying then, is that I specifically chose to work together with Hifumi. The idea that I would choose to spend any amount of time interacting with him.
Why are you suddenly getting mad? Why are you...
That I would go within 10 feet of that shit for brains, that lazy, worthless, goddamn idiot!
Didn't realize she dropped the accent when she got mad.
Pardonnez-moi.
Why do I have a 10 in my pants?
Just to be clear, there is evidence to support it.
Is that so?
Hifumi's pants.
Throughout the investigation, there was certain behavior that was common only to the two of you. Considering what we've learned so far, it only further proves that the two of you were working together.
What is it? Oh, what it is that only Hifumi and Celeste had in common, that was tripping me up for some reason. The paper hidden in Hifumi's pants. Encountering the suspicious individual, that's probably it. And the screaming. Encountering the suspicious individual and surviving, supposedly, and then telling everyone else that it had to be him.
I got it! The behavior they had in common has to do with the suspicious individual in the suit, doesn't it? The only ones who ever actually saw Robo Justice firsthand were Celeste and Hifumi.
Shush, the adults are talking now.
Bro, you've done nothing this whole trial.
Sorry.
As he said, only Celeste and Hifumi ever laid eyes on the costumed individual. If we accept that Hifumi was one of the culprits, we can't help but suspect what Celeste has said as well.
Are you saying everything they told us was a lie?
Mm-hmm.
After taking Hifumi to the nurse's office, we all began our search for this individual, correct?
And Celeste suspiciously controlled the situation the whole time.
And not too long after that, do you remember what Celeste said?
Pleb! It's good to see you again.
I saw a shadow, something moving at the top of the stairs.
We headed to the second floor specifically because of what she claimed to have seen. Next, to draw us all to the physics lab up on the third floor,
She let out a blood-curdling scream.
And when we'd all come to see what was wrong, what was it she said?
There we go again.
Celeste, what's wrong?
That was rather can scream for something like you.
I saw him, this strange costume man. He ran off as soon as I screamed. I was blocking the stairs, so he headed further down into the hallway and disappeared.
We
Once
did get another
she'd done
one.
her job
Yeah.
of getting us all up to the physics lab, it was time for her partner to get to work.
Huh? What's that?
I came to the stairs, it must have been...
Hifumi, he's in the nurse's office. This is bad. Come on, we have to go back.
It was to get us to divide into two groups. So that we would discover both bodies at the same time?
In fact, Celeste was precisely the one who proposed that we split up.
Very high risk, high reward gambit. A lot of moving parts.
Then why don't we split up into two groups?
I'll lead the hunting party. That seems much more interesting.
Very well. Then Makoto and Hiro, you come with me to the nurse's office. I will leave the capture of the suspicious individual to Tokobaka and Sakura.
Well, if Celeste and Hifumi were working together, all those chance events suddenly become connected. And on top of that piercing cry of yours early on.
Oh, not again. Oh.
That was to signal Hifumi, wasn't it? It was your way of telling him, we're on the 3rd floor, everything's going according to plan. Why else would you let out a scream that could have carried across the sea?
I just realized another strange thing. When we found Hifumi in the nurse's office, who we now know was only pretending to be dead.
I certainly was not expecting this. I did not imagine that Hifumi would be murdered.
Celeste, you were the first one to say he'd been murdered. You wanted to make sure we wouldn't have any doubt in our minds.
I don't think that would have mattered much, but sure, go on.
I don't believe it. Everything. The whole thing was one big act.
Hina, you were with Celeste when Hifumi's body disappeared, right?
Yeah. I was feeling kinda sick, so Celeste took me to the bathroom. Wait! Then that was...
She wasn't worried about you. She just saw a chance to help Hifumi sneak out of the nurse's office.
Each piece isn't much by itself, but start putting them together and the picture gets very ugly indeed. Wouldn't you agree, Celeste?
Dude, she's right next to you. You can just turn to your left.
I have no idea what you mean.
Don't bother trying to deny it. You made one fatal mistake.
Oh, did I?
I didn't even catch it myself when you first said it, but looking back, I can say that one little slip-up was your undoing.
What are you talking about?
I'm talking about what you said after Hifumi's body disappeared and we returned to the nurse's office.
They must really be enjoying this. Enjoying the sight of us standing around, frightened and confused. We are all going to die here. We're going to die just like those guys died.
I remember her saying that too, but I don't understand what's so strange about it.
Then pay attention. Sakura, Toko, and I were first to discover Taka's body in the equipment room. Then Makoto showed up and told us Hifumi had been killed. So Sakura and I left with Makoto.
Yes, Kleb, both Hifumi and Taka died, so now we're in the class trial for them, and right now it's seeming that Celeste is the suspicious individual.
Once we were in the hall, we ran into Celeste, and the 4 of us headed to the nurse's office. Now, the entire time we were together, none of us said anything about Taka being dead. Think about it. Celeste's comment doesn't make sense. It was completely out of place.
Yeah, I see what you're talking about. Although I don't really get what it means.
She didn't know Taka was dead, buddy. She didn't.
You hear that, Celeste?
Or shouldn't
Everyone's
have.
having some trouble understanding. Could you repeat what you said? If you're really not the culprit, you shouldn't have any problem repeating it, right?
Repeat it!
Nah, he's not that cool.
But Battler is, and it made me think of Battler. So that's why I said it. Byakuya said that Celeste's comment doesn't make sense. But what is he alluding to? Make your argument. Monokuma file number 3. Interesting.
All I said was... They must really be enjoying this. Enjoying the sight of us standing around, frightened and confused. They must be positively elated. We
I don't think you said that
are all
part.
going to die here. We are going to die, just like those guys died.
That wouldn't refute
And that is all I said.
But
And that's all it takes to finish this. It's obvious, isn't it? What was so strange about Celeste's comment?
okay, how do I need to go about this? Because I understand what the end goal is here. I understand that the end goal is that she shouldn't have known that Taka was dead if she wasn't the murderer or involved in the plan. So then I need to show that somehow.
Yeah.
But I'm just not sure how to go about doing it with those. Okay. So I could. Well, let's go through it again. Let's go through it again. I got 13 minutes. Let's go through it again.
All I said was, they must really be enjoying the sight
I don't think
of
it's us.
standing around, frightened and confused. They must be positively elated. We are all going to die here.
Oh no.
We are going to die.
Do I take
just
this?
like those guys died.
And then use
And
it
that
on
is
what
all I
was so
said.
strange?
And that's all it takes to finish this.
Is that refute
What was
so
so
strange?
strange about Celeste's comment?
I don't think it refutes it.
What are you trying to refute?
I'm trying to refute that if she wasn't the murderer, she shouldn't know Taka's dead, so she shouldn't have said those guys.
Okay,
Because
so you made a target.
She shouldn't have known that. Okay, so that would be the target then. Then what can I shoot at it? So straight. So am I getting this reversed? Do I need to do the opposite? So strange onto those guys.
All I said was, they must
Maybe.
really enjoying the sight of us. They must be. We are going to die. And that is.
And that's all it takes to.
What was so strange about Celeste's comment?
Let's try this one more.
Chipmunk Celeste was very funny.
We are all going to die.
Yeah.
All I said was, they must really enjoying the sight of us. They must be. We are all going to die here. We are going to die, just like the.
Okay.
No, that's wrong.
Break.
That's right. There's no reason Celeste should have said, just like those guys died. When she said that, none of us had told her Taka was dead.
Oops.
Exactly. And we didn't run into her until after we were all out in the hall. So there was never any chance for her to have seen his body in the equipment room for herself.
So how did you know, Celeste? How did you know more than one person had been killed? And how did you know they were both guys? Because Kyoko had also disappeared, right? So she could have been dead too.
Sorry, the laughing with the shaking face.
You all
Yeah.
have such vivid imaginations. You know that?
Imaginations.
You claim that I was lying when I told you about the suspicious person I saw. Then what about the picture I took?
What about the picture you took?
How do you explain this picture of the costumed villain dragging Hifumi away?
You set it up.
It has to be some kind of setup, right? So let's put the suit on, and then she used the camera's timer to set up the picture.
Or, you who were unconscious in the suit were put in that position.
Have you so quickly forgotten? You are the only one who could have possibly fit into that suit. Plus, I happen to know that this particular camera does not have a timer. In other words, it is an unassailable fact that this is a picture of Hifumi being dragged away. If everything I told you was a lie, how can this picture exist?
Simple. Are we sure that's really a picture of the suspect dragging Hifumi away?
What could you possibly mean by that?
Surely there are other explanations than the one you've offered up.
No, there is no
Dang.
other explanation.
All right, guys. Well, she's right.
All right.
Yep.
Pack it up.
Other explanations? If it wasn't a picture of the suspect dragging Hifumi away, the only other possibility is Hifumi is dragging the suspect away. Hifumi and the suspect are dancing. Hifumi's dragging the suspect away because he was unconscious in the suit. And Celeste probably couldn't drag him, so Hifumi would have been the only other person.
And the picture was taken in the rec room.
Yep.
It's not a
Which is where
picture of the
Hiro's note
suspect
said to
dragging Hifumi away.
Yup.
I would say it's a picture of Hifumi dragging the suspect away.
Don't make a noise when you get found out, Celeste.
That's certainly within the realm
She
of
has a toe?
possibility.
That's really bad for a
The
gambler.
one being dragged off in that picture isn't Hifumi, but the person in the robot suit. We've simply been led to believe that it's the other way around. And the strange costume might only exist to lead us astray even farther. If you saw someone wearing something like that in this situation, of course you'd notice and be suspicious.
That's what happened! You put me to sleep and made me out to be the bad guy in all this!
Such a thing is utterly impossible. Hifumi was dragging him away? Ridiculous.
Is it? I don't think it's ridiculous at all.
Then shut your mouth and allow me to educate you.
Yes, ma'am. Celeste thinks she can prove that there's no way Hifumi was dragging the suspect away. But is that really possible? Well, let her talk. Let's see what she has to say. Okay, I've got multiple bullets. Here's a message, Robo Justice blueprints, Robo Justice costume.
You dressed me up in that suit after I passed out. Then you just draped me across Hifumi and had him carry my weight. You tried to make me look like the bad guy.
Like I said, ridiculous. As you can see in the picture, the suspect is standing perfectly upright. If the person inside the suit was unconscious, there's no way they could stand up straight like that.
Then the fortune-telling idiot is the culprit after all!
No
Yes!
But you can't even bend over in it. So even if you're unconscious, is it designed to make you stand up straight? If I remember right, Hina said, she said that she couldn't bend at the waist. Yeah.
You dressed me up in that suit after I passed out. Then you just draped me across Hifumi and had him carry my weight. You tried to make me look like the bad guy.
Like I said, ridiculous. As you can see in the picture, the suspect is standing perfectly upright. If the person inside the suit was unconscious, there's no way they could stand up straight.
No, that's wrong.
Oops.
Honestly, by the second trial, my next target would have been Makoto, man. They gotta get rid of him.
Even if the person inside the suit were unconscious, they could still stand up like that. Because that Robo Justice suit had a certain characteristic.
I'm not reading it again. I'm not.
Yeah.
That's right! They totally made a mistake when they made it, so it couldn't bend at the waist.
I'm not so sure that
I was
was
about to say.
I think the suit was designed from the beginning to be used the way it was.
Celeste and Hifumi took the suit they'd specially designed and stuffed Hiro into it. That's how they were able to fake that whole thing. The point of it all was to make us believe whoever was in the suit was to blame.
Well then, I suppose this is checkmate.
Checkmate?
Oh god, here we go. Not the dang upside down.
Don't make me laugh, you idiot! What do you mean, checkmate?
Celeste?
Clearly, you want to cram me into your little guilty box. Well, there's one little problem.
Have you already forgotten what Hifumi told us as he lay dying?
Yeah, nope, not, yep. Yasu, Hiro, yep.
When we asked him who had attacked him, his answer was quite clear, was it not? He said, and I quote, Yasuhiro.
After all of this, why would we believe that he was telling us the truth?
In other words, Yasuhiro Hagakure!
Right, but my name isn't really Yasuhiro. It's actually Taro.
But
Your confusing statements don't make any sense. You're only making things more complicated.
He did say Yasuhiro, but are we sure he was really pointing the finger at Hiro?
What the hell are you talking about? I'll burn you alive!
Kyoko.
Yes, ma'am.
What do you mean by that?
Think back to how Hifumi used to talk to us. How did he refer to each of us?
That's Hiro.
For
He said
serious.
people's last name. He gave everyone nicknames. Oh God. No, he used last names because he said like Mr. or Mrs., didn't he? Because with Makoto, he always what's Makoto's last name?
Naegi.
Yeah, he always said Mr. Naegi, didn't he?
Uh-huh.
So he used people's last names.
I got it! That's right! Our last names! He called us all by our last names!
Exactly. I know I heard him say Mr. Naegi more than once, for example. So if Hifumi did mean to say Hiro's name, he would have said his last name, Hagakure.
I'm sure it was just incidental. By chance, his first name. Indecent?
Don't talk.
Random chance. Now isn't that a convenient explanation? No, there's no reason to think he would have said the name any different than normal. But he must have run out of energy before he could say any more.
So Hifumi was trying to tell us the last name of whoever killed him?
No, he was going to probably say
But
that
the
he was
name he
innocent.
said doesn't apply to anyone here.
Or unless he knows something we don't.
Well, no. Hold on. There's one person it could apply to, and that's Celeste. She never actually told us what her real name is.
What did you just say? To think you take your false accusation so far, I don't know whether to laugh or spit! Come on! Enough with your idiotic blather! Yasuhiro is a loser's name! Do I look like a loser to you? Well, do I?
You're a loser! A loser!
I think I've earned the right to be a
Do you
little
feel good about yourself?
Okay, then fill us in. What's your real name?
Make sure your ear holes are wide open and listen up!
It's a shame that we're getting this now and we're going to lose it.
My real name is Celestia Ludenberg. Could you please stop making me repeat myself over and over again?
Celeste still won't give up. So then, I have to do something to make her accept it.
Ooh, I like the music for this one.
E-handbook, spotless and Yasuhiro's message. E-handbook. This is where the E-handbook's gonna come in, somehow.
Hifumi was trying to tell us something. He wanted us to know the killer's last name, Yasuhiro.
If there's one person here who might have that last name,
It would have to be you, Celeste. You haven't told anyone what your real name is.
how many times do I have to tell you? My name is Celestia Ludenberg!
Why is it upside down?
I have no
How long
idea.
do you plan to go on pretending?
I'm not pretending. It's the truth. And since you have no way to
Not true.
contradict me,
No.
Let's see your E-handbook,
Stupid
Celeste.
head.
Let's see your E-handbook.
Why don't you have a
That's
seat,
it.
Celeste?
The handbook.
what?
Anytime you turn your handbook on, it shows the owner's name when it boots up, right? Monokuma told us all about it before.
This handbook is absolutely vital to a healthy school life, so don't lose it. When you start it up, it will display your name. Always make sure you have the right one. No, this is not your everyday notebook. It has so many more uses than that.
Sorry, we've
So
already been
all
there.
we have to do is check her handbook, and that'll clear up everything. That's how we can find out Celeste's real name.
That's an invasion of privacy. I refuse to cooperate.
Celeste, can you please just tell us what really happened? Please, just tell us.
Even when I'm put in check, it's just my nature not to give up. Because until the game's over, you never know what might happen.
Fine then. Let me settle it. Let me go over the case again, from the beginning, and shed light on all your crimes. And that'll bring everything to an end.
All right. Ready?
Here we go.
Closing argument.
Oh, wow. Okay.
The art did not do him justice. Golly.
Yeah, it didn't. Okay, I'm not quite sure what would go here.
It looks like a hand is outstretched there on the left
Yeah.
panel of that person.
Be Orbulon.
The Orbulon.
The movies.
We're just gonna start seeing stuff from the old ones.
Yep. No, that's the baseball one. Where you
Yeah.
play baseball. Hand is outstretched. Camera maybe? Like, oh,
No.
we could use the camera? No. Let's start somewhere else. Act 2. This is where they kidnap him. So would this be there? Or would this be there?
No.
Are you just going to say no to everything I say?
No.
Yeah.
No, but now I actually have the answers, so I can't help with this.
So we put him in the Robo Justice suit. Camera. This is where the camera goes. Because, yeah, camera. Take picture of camera. Yep. And then Taka. He's looking at the watch. Hits him with it. Taka was killed with 4. So then Celeste shows. We go find him with the tar beaten out of him. That should be 2, shouldn't it? Well, we'll leave that one for now. Nurse's office. Blood on his face. Blah, 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 blah. That Justice Hammer 3? Because he wasn't actually killed with 3. It was just there. Both of them are dead. He goes up there. The dang hook around. Wraps him up. Carries him away. What would that be? This one. And then it's in there. He's so happy because he did a good thing for Celeste, and then Celeste beats him over the head with this one and kills him. Okay, so then that means it goes here. This one's kind of vague. This one.
Yeah.
Let's see, is there anything else I can piece together? 1 a.m. because they were supposed to meet at 1 a.m., right? Or 1 p.m., whatever. So it should be 1 for them.
Yep.
Here. Yep. What would this be? Is this them shaking hands, maybe? So this is like him shaking hands with Celeste? Perhaps?
Maybe.
And then that would leave this one to be this, maybe? Because that's him? Or is it Justice Hammer 2? Because that's where he got bonked with Justice Hammer 2 and was like, I'm alive, but hurt.
I was gonna say, what's it say on the door?
Library. And that's where he got bonked with Justice Hammer 2, supposedly. Right?
Maybe.
I'm gonna try it. I haven't gotten one of these wrong yet, so... Well, if it is wrong, we'll see what happens. I don't know what happens if I get it wrong.
Here's exactly what happened.
Here's exactly what happened.
Before anything, the killer persuaded someone to help carry out the murder. And that person was...
Yep.
Hifumi.
the
With an
face.
accomplice, the killer was able to execute a number of otherwise impossible schemes. First, they convinced someone to meet them in the rec room last night at 1 in the morning. That someone they met with was Hiro. The murderous duo intended to pass Hiro off as the prime suspect. So when they met up with him, They drugged him, knocked him out, and stuffed him into the Robo Justice suit. Next, Hifumi positioned himself to make it look like Robo Justice was attacking him, while the killer used a digital camera to take pictures of the assault. They did all this just to create evidence that would put the suspicion on Hiro. When they were done with him, they shoved him, still unconscious, into the pool room locker. And then finally, at 6 a.m., they moved into the murder phase of their plan. They called Taka to the equipment room. And that's where Hifumi killed him, making it the scene of the first murder. The murder weapon was Justice Hammer 4, which was left there in the equipment room. The reason Hammer number 4 was used was to create confusion about the order of the crimes. So, next they falsified 2 more assault incidents. For these attacks, the killers pretended to be the victims, to solidify Robo Justice as the suspect. The first fake incident was the attack in the rec room. There, the killers wanted us to see Justice Hammer 1 and the Robo Justice pictures they'd taken. They wanted to make sure we bought the surprise attack story. The second fake incident was the attack in the library. This time, they planted Justice Hammer 2 and an injured Hifumi to sell us that story. With these 2 incidents, the killers were able to create a certain preconception in our minds that the suspect was increasing the size of the hammers and attacking people in order as they did. We fell right into their trap and started looking for the suspect based on that. But while we did that, we left Hifumi alone in the nurse's office. This was exactly what Hifumi was hoping for.
Dang.
Took a blood packet
The
from
sound
the
effect.
refrigerator and Justice Hammer 3 and turned the room into a crime scene in which he himself had apparently been brutally murdered. He let out a scream to draw us back, and when we returned, that's what we found. Meanwhile, the other group that had been out searching found Taka's body at the same
was
time.
locked in.
So when we heard the body discovery announcement, we naturally assumed it was for Hifumi. We left the nurse's office, and Hifumi once again took advantage of the situation. He simply got up and made his escape.
He said the thing!
He simply got up.
And made his
When we
escape.
learned his body had disappeared, we all rushed back to the nurse's office. And once again, Hifumi had the chance he was waiting for. This time, he snuck into the equipment room.
Oh gosh.
He wrapped Taka's body in a tarp and used the dolly to move it all the way down to the repository. That explains how each of the bodies disappeared. But even Hifumi didn't know what the true killer had in mind for their final act. Their plan all along was to kill Hifumi and get rid of the one person who could betray them. And they did it using an ordinary, everyday hammer from the repository. That should cover everything that happened in this case. And the villain behind it all is...
Flowers.
They're kissing?
Whoa. Whoa.
Celeste! Sorry, you lose.
She's a gambler. Can't she use like a cooler line than you lose?
I lost?
Like you could say the house always wins or something like that. Come on now. Or
I
you've gone
lost?
bust maybe.
When was the last time I was
Time to ante
forced
up?
to utter such words? They hang heavy around my neck.
Then you admit it? You're the killer?
Listen to you, trying to take charge, as if you're my private instructor. I, Celestia Ludenberg. Actually, no. Taiko Yasuhiro is fine.
Taiko?
So, you finally accepted it.
I'm the kind of person, once I've lost, I don't like things to drag on.
Interesting.
Oh. Did I do it?
Wow!
I did it.
Good job. How many mono coins? Thanks, Celeste's ability, by the way.
Yeah. Man.
What?
I already said it
Monokuma.
earlier in the series.
I'm ready to
I'm
begin.
gonna be sad that she's going. I liked her a lot.
She was the killer, Levi.
She was probably my favorite out of all the
She was
characters.
the killer. She was the killer.
I don't mean nothing to me, man.
Or,
She's the
no,
I would have helped her too.
I suppose
Dang
it's
it.
the end, isn't it?
It is indeed the moment we've all been waiting for. Time to vote. Okay? Okay. If you would, please locate your lever and cast your vote. And when the votes are tallied, who will become the blackened? Will you make the right choice or the dreadfully wrong one? What's it gonna be? What's it gonna be?
Man, isn't it really funny that they had you do the debate one, the bullet time battle
At the very beginning.
early on,
Yeah.
and it was against her?
Yep.
They kind of spoiled it a little bit almost.
I had my suspicions about her. I honestly was hoping it wasn't gonna be her.
It's basically a formality at this point. But once again, you're totally correct. The blackened this time. The true killer who devised the whole stinking scheme was... Celestia Ludenberg! Or more precisely, Taiko Yasuhiro! The odds of that, by the way.
Honestly.
I lost. Well, that sucks. I guess trying to work with someone else was a mistake after all. Hifumi's ineptitude was beyond all my calculations.
I knew it.
So you really did approach Hifumi with this plan. But how did you get him to agree? I can't imagine he would have happily agreed to commit murder.
I'm sure she relied on her specialty. Lying.
My specialty? Don't make me laugh. I didn't have to lie to get him to agree.
So then,
Then did you use... you know. I knew you'd figure it out, Kyoko. You're absolutely right. To get Hifumi to act as my accomplice,
Indeed.
I used... her. For everyone who's still left, I'll avoid mentioning it by name, but...
It doesn't matter at this point, man.
They've already said
We've
it.
said it several times in front of Monokuma.
it was the one thing Hifumi and Taka were both super into.
Does she mean...
Are you talking about alter ego?
Is she talking about alter ego?
Are you talking about the secret thing that we're keeping in the sauna? Oh.
what? What are you talking about?
just a second.
Don't interrupt. We're in the middle of a very important conversation here.
I'm totally out of the loop, as usual. How sad.
In other words,
Then you're the one that stole it?
Indeed.
That's right.
I see.
And you used it to drag Hifumi into the plan you'd come up with. Right again. Last night, after we had our meeting about how it disappeared, I paid Hifumi a little visit.
Oh gosh.
Oh, what are you doing here?
Actually,
I was hoping I could talk to you, alone. It is about what was stolen. I know who did it.
what? Are you okay with this?
It was Taka. He stole it.
What?
So then...
And I have proof. Would you like to see it? As it turned out, I'd found a use for the digital camera. I'd taken you-know-what to Taka's room earlier and took pictures of it there. I deleted the pictures as soon as I'd shown it to Hifumi, of course.
Damnation!
So it was him. But how did he do it? She was supposed to yell if either of us got close to her.
You are correct, which is why Taka forced me to steal it.
Say what?
As for me...
Please forgive me. He threatened me.
Oh,
He did?
As for me...
He came to my room last night unannounced and then... It's hard for me to even say. He... abused me.
What?
And he took pictures. He said if I did not do as he asked, he would show them to everyone. So I had no choice.
Damnation!
That's a crime! An absolute crime! I knew he'd gone a little crazy, but...
Say what?
I never imagined he would go that far.
It was amazing how completely he bought it. I can't express how enjoyable that was.
I'm about to say something I've never said before in my life.
Completely
I'm going to kill him! I thought this was over. I'm going to fucking kill him!
Most unfortunate.
Wait, please! If you go now, you will be playing right into his hands.
Huh?
Actually...
Taka is planning to use her to escape. And he has made you his target.
What?
Escape? You don't mean...
Taka is going to try to kill you.
Okay, I'll say it. Well, what?
Indeed.
And also he can keep her to himself.
That bastard!
Unforgivable! Completely unforgivable!
Bastard!
Honestly.
Can we allow him to continue with these barbaric acts?
Absolutely not. How could I? She...
I swear I will save her!
Actually...
Sorry, it's always funny.
Then, would you like to join with me? It just so happens I have come up with a plan.
Huh?
I have devised a way to reclaim what he has stolen and escape this dreadful school. And with that, it is complete.
Huh? What are you talking about?
Oh, nothing. Hifumi agreed without a second thought. The effect that item had on him was remarkable. The power of love, even a love as twisted as that, can still drive people mad, it would seem.
You disgust me.
I see.
I have another question for you. Was that strange costume Hifumi's creation?
Indeed.
Yeah, it was a real pain in the butt, too. All I asked him to do was make something to hide the face and general body size. I had no idea he'd make something like that. But it's my fault for picking him in the first place.
But...
So, why'd you decide to make me the suspect?
Because you're stupid.
That's it?
Let's see.
And in that regard, I made the right choice. I'm so glad your stupidity surpassed my every expectation. Life must have been tough on your parents, though.
I feel like I could cry.
Well, but when you were explaining your plan to Hifumi, how did you explain the part about him playing dead?
What she's asking is, what was Hifumi supposed to do after that? Assuming you had actually let him live.
Are you okay with this?
That's simple. After he did his part and pretended to be dead, once someone showed up, I told him to say he'd been seriously wounded. He was on the verge of death, but he just barely held on.
That's me.
And he really believed that? Well, of course. That wasn't all there was to it. As I explained it to Hifumi, the plan was, while you were all questioning him about what had happened to him, I was gonna murder someone else. And at that point, Hifumi would have an alibi, so nobody could doubt him. I told him that, and he believed it.
It all seems very straightforward, stereotypical.
I just matched the lie to the level of the opponent. In fact, Hifumi ate it up. He believed the lie wholeheartedly, right up until the moment of his death.
So in the end...
So you had planned to kill him all along.
But of course, there would be no point to my plan if the one who pretended to be dead did not end up dead himself.
What the heck?
How can human life mean so little to you?
Well,
That's a non-issue. I simply did everything in my power to win.
Don't be mean!
Now you sound like Byakuya.
I wonder about that.
No. He derives his pleasure from the thrill of the hunt. In that aspect, we are nothing alike.
Why?
Then, what made you take things this far?
What the heck?
Was it really just for money? Are you talking about the $10 million Monokuma offered us? That is a lot of money, it's true. But that's not all there is to it. From the moment our new life here began, my only thought has been escape.
But
all along you've been saying how we have to accept living here.
I was coping.
Bitch.
Obviously, that was a lie!
Yeah!
Hey!
I couldn't take it! I hated it from day one! More than anyone else in here! I wanted to get out! Every day was fresh torture! And do you want to know why? Huh?
This is fine.
Because I had a dream.
Oh gosh.
And accepting a life here would have meant nothing less than giving up on my dream forever.
Honestly.
And there was no way that I could ever do that. In the underground world of gambling, I risked my life to make a metaphorical killing.
As for me...
And it was all for that dream.
And what was this dream of yours?
Isn't it wonderful?
To live in a European castle.
A castle?
And to gather handsome men from all over the world to serve as my butlers/bodyguards. I was going to make them dress up like vampires and satisfy my every need. Once I obtained that, I would have created a perfectly aesthetic world of decadence.
This is fine.
Living the rest of my life there was my only dream, my only goal. That's what life is all about.
This is what too much Black Butler does to a woman.
Combined with my own winnings, Monokuma's $10 million would have made that dream a reality. I got right to the edge, but...
There is nothing to be done.
Unfortunately, my dream has been scattered to the wind. Still, I don't have any regrets. I pursued my dream to the very end, so why would I?
Just the worst.
You sound so passionate, but you were really able to kill your own friends for it?
Oh.
Are you asking me to feel guilty? That's a pointless endeavor. I think nothing of sacrificing others for my own ends. I feel nothing.
Do you understand?
And that's all there is to me. And that's what makes me complete. Isn't it terrifying how different our values are? There's simply no room for understanding.
What is this?
That's what we should be saying. And plus, how can you be so calm? Don't you realize you're about to die? Why aren't you scared? My ability to lie is unrivaled, and I take pride in that. It's not just other people. I can even fool my own emotions. The conscious deceives the unconscious.
And that's why you're not scared?
Yes, indeed.
That's right. I don't fear death. Kill me however you like. But you know, if I could be reincarnated, if I had a choice, then
Isn't it wonderful?
I think I'd like to come back as Marie Antoinette.
Hey.
You'd just get executed again.
Celeste smiled then. And when she did, it looked to me like a poor effort to force it. She claimed she could fool her own feelings, but that statement itself must have been her final lie. And that weak, fake smile is what betrayed her.
Thrills, chills, kills!
You all done? Okay, then let's get rolling! The blackened disturbed the peace and must pay the price!
Now then, I've prepared a very special punishment.
For her, the ultimate gambler!
Let's give it everything we've got. It's punishment time!
Send it,
I'll let
Monokuma.
Kyoko hold on to this. What?
This is...
Will it really give you the hope you're looking for? I can't say I ever saw it that way. Which is why... Actually, it's not important. Well then... Take care, everyone. Perhaps we'll meet again. In another life.
Bye. You ready for this one?
I'm never ready for them. Why are you asking? Why?
They're always fun.
Well, I didn't quite get to read that. I didn't.
I didn't either. It said help something. Very Yoshikage Kira pilled.
Dang.
Good job, buddy. It was a close one.
Honestly, probably better than burning to death. Getting smashed by a truck probably was a lot quicker.
No.
It's over. The third execution is over. And then there were 7. Celeste's death is over. Celeste killed my friends, so I can't pity her. But I also can't deny that at one point I considered her a friend too. She is probably the person besides Sakura that we talk the most to.
Mm-hmm.
And for him to just come along and...
Isn't it just awful? Someone couldn't cut free of their regrets from the outside world, and so more people had to die.
Extreme!
You guys are still young! You need to place more value on your lives!
What are you gonna do?
Jeez, and here I thought you guys were gonna pass the torch of hope to the next generation.
Let me out of here!
What do I care about hope? I'll throw it in the trash if you just let me out of here.
Too bad.
You're all the embodiment of hope, whether you like it or not. And it's my destiny to knock you down one by one. It's sad, yes it is, but that reality just can't be avoided.
Don't talk like you're not responsible. How long are you gonna make us keep going through this? What do you want from us?
How strange.
God, I'm so sick of people asking me that. Give it a rest already! So anyway... Kyoko, did I see you get some kind of key-type object from Celeste?
Nope.
Hey! Hey!
So, what's the deal with that?
Funny thing, you start answering our questions, maybe we'll answer yours.
What?
Huh? What's the matter?
So then,
Yeah! I'm so Kyoko pilled! I'm so... There were a couple times in the trial where that happened, where I said something and then she said it.
I'll answer your question if you answer mine.
you...
What did you do? What did you do to me?
Ooh.
What?
Hey,
Answer me. What did you do to my body?
Ooh. How
Wah!
exciting.
Oh man, oh jeez. Oh man, oh jeez. What do you mean? What did I do? I have no idea. I don't know anything about it.
What was that just now? The mastermind did something to Kyoko's body? What does that mean?
Hello.
Okay, things are getting kinda awkward. I think it's about time I got out of here.
Well,
Meanwhile, you guys can go on enjoying your school life. If you get lonely, give me a shout. Not that I'll do anything about it, of course.
see ya later.
See ya.
Monokuma disappeared, leaving us all depressed and in despair. Although, it wasn't all despair. There was one small hope. Hey Kyoko, Monokuma already mentioned it, but what's that key that Celeste gave you?
so...
Most likely, it's the key to one of the dressing room lockers.
Huh?
What? Then that means...
Celeste probably hid it in there.
Hey, I suppose sometimes it's easiest to miss what's right beneath your nose. Well then, we'd better go check.
Indeed.
Good idea.
We left the courtroom and rushed to the dressing room. As we approached the dressing room, Kyoko looked back at us and said,
Hey,
I'm going to go on alone from here. Everyone else head to the dining hall. I'll check in with you later.
What?
Why, exactly, are you going alone?
so...
Do you even have to ask? As she spoke, she glanced quickly at the surveillance camera.
Come on.
That's not what I mean. Why you? There's still the risk of a spy, you know.
Then I'll go too.
What?
You?
Please, let me go.
Standing here arguing is just going to draw more attention to us.
I'm
Goodbye.
the protagonist, Byakuya. I have to go.
Do whatever you want.
Thank you, Byakuya.
Well then it's up to you now.
Yo!
I'm gonna go to the dining hall, okay?
So, Makoto and Kyoko are gonna go... together? Does that mean what I think it means?
Okay.
You're darn right.
Good luck, Makoto. Girls like her are total pushovers when you show a little backbone.
I tried to forget what Hina said.
No, no, don't
Everyone
forget
headed
it!
to the dining hall, leaving me and Kyoko there alone.
Shall we go?
Well, shall we?
Yeah,
So then...
We need to get into that locker.
Kyoko took the key Celeste had given her and unlocked the locker. And as the locker swung open, we saw...
You really came.
Oh god, I don't remember this voice.
Good morning. It's been a while, hasn't it? It's safe. Thank goodness.
I'd never heard Kyoko sound so relieved. It was like she was speaking from the bottom of her heart.
I just did what Celeste asked. I didn't say a word. I stayed quiet the entire time.
So,
Oh, and I think I might be able to open the last set of files soon. Maybe as early as tomorrow. I'm doing my best, so please wait just a while longer. So, we can officially say the case is closed.
As far as this incident is concerned, sure, but... Can we take a second? Since we have this opportunity, I want you to be honest with me. Kyoko, please tell me. What are you trying to do all on your own here at the school?
Is that why you wanted to come here with me?
However,
Regardless, that's not something you need to know right now.
I don't need to know? That just makes me even more worried.
what?
Worried?
Like what happened during the investigation this time. You disappeared, and we didn't see you again. Without warning, without explanation. When you do that...
Indeed.
It's only natural that they'd think I'm the mastermind spy, right? And you too.
No! I believe in you.
What?
You believe in me?
Isn't it obvious? People believe in their friends, right? That's why I want you to tell me. And I want you to believe in me, too. Because we're friends.
I understand.
It's true.
Then maybe I can believe in you. Just a little bit more.
Then...
That's fine.
Fine. I'll tell you. I'll tell you why I've been disappearing and where I've been going. You see,
what I heard from Kyoko then was... Well, frankly, it kind of blew my mind. Right after I told Kyoko I believe in her, she told me a story that was... Well, almost unbelievable. I decided I had to confirm what she'd told me with my own two eyes, so I waited for nighttime to come. And when it did, I went into action.
Correct.
the boys' bathroom on the second floor doesn't have a surveillance camera or monitor in it. And in the storage closet there, way in the back, she said it was way in the back of the boys' bathroom storage closet, but could Kyoko really be right about this? Huh? It's just a normal storage closet as far as I can tell. The secret Kyoko told me about. Could it really be hidden here? Oh, I'm just looking, okay. She said it was way in the back of the storage closet. But I mean, seriously? Without thinking, I placed my hand on the back of the storage closet, and suddenly, as if I were being yanked in, at the same time as I heard that sound, I fell through the wall. I had no idea what was going on. That's quite loud. I had fallen through the back of the storage closet. Huh? It turned out, the back wall was like a revolving door, and I'd made my way to the other side. Just like Kyoko had said.
Correct.
In the boys' bathroom on the second floor, there's a storage closet. And way in the back of that closet, there's a secret room.
So this is the secret room. But what's in here? Only 2 things to look at. Yup. It's just a normal desk with normal drawers. There's a bunch of files and what looks like volume after volume of yearbooks. They're all covered in dust. Looking at everything, one file at the edge of the bookshelf caught my eye. Hope's Peak Academy Student Registry? This is the only thing here not covered in dust. Has someone been looking at it recently? I slipped the file into my hand. But before I had the chance to take a look at it, a slip of paper fell out of the file and I turned my attention to it. What's this? You must not leave. That's kind of weird. I could understand if it said, like, I can't leave, but you must not leave? What is this? My head feels funny. This strange sensation. It's like deja vu. Those words. You must not leave. I've seen them. Somewhere before. But I can't quite remember. What do I know? What don't I know? Oh! Hello! A strange sound rang out through my head. It felt like I was shaking my brain back and forth. It was shaking my brain back and forth. And then, darkness. I don't understand what's happening. I don't know what started it. It's all over. And with that, I opened my eyes. I don't know how long it had been. I didn't know how long it had been. Ow. Apparently something hit me, and I lost consciousness. That's all I understood. The dull, throbbing pain in my head proved that much at least. Well, now everything's gone.
Good job, Makoto.
They must have been out for a while for them to get all of it out. Jesus. An empty bookshelf. Huh? Empty? Gone. It's all gone. The yearbooks, the student registry, and even the note that had fallen on the floor. It's all gone? What does this mean? But my brain refused to do any more work. The insistent pain in my head began to spread across the rest of my body. For now, I should go back to my room. Get some rest. Go find Kyoko. My body was heavy with pain, my mind heavy with thought. I dragged myself back towards my room. Somehow, I made it back to the first floor of the school. God. The farther I walked, the more I felt... Things are getting blurry. You're concussed. Can't see in front of me. I couldn't stop myself from collapsing right there. And after that... As if from a vast distance, I heard a sound. It was faint, but undeniable. That sound... It's coming from... the gym? As I desperately hauled my shaky frame towards the gym, the sound got stronger and stronger. What the heck? Garunkpagya. What's going on? It can't be nothing. Here? In the gym? Let's just open the door. Surely nothing dangerous will be on the other side.
Yeah, there's not gonna be anything.
I didn't make a sound as I opened the door to the gym. The sounds coming from inside, meanwhile, only intensified that much more. Kachabi Bakyo. Hagagya hiya paching. Bakya dadadun dadadun. Before me there raged a battle beyond anything humanly possible. No one side's not human, that's for sure, but regardless, I couldn't stop staring. I forgot to move or even breathe.
Why, you? What do you think you're doing? I asked you a question. What's the meaning of this? How dare you defy me? This wasn't part of the deal!
The deal? The deal?
I've made a decision. I will no longer retreat, no longer compromise, no longer regret. I've made my decision. I'm going to resist you.
Okay. But you do realize what will happen if you go through with this, right? You haven't forgotten, have you? What I'm holding hostage?
What am I looking at? What am I hearing? A hostage? Then, could it be? The mastermind spy is... Next generation legend. Stand tall, galactic hero. The end. We lost 3 that chapter.
Yep. Never go for the double murder.
I didn't expect Sakura to be the spy. I'm not gonna lie. I don't even know who I thought was gonna be the dang Super Robo Justice. I didn't know who I thought was gonna be the spy, but I didn't think it was gonna be Sakura. I felt like she was
the best for it.
Yeah, I thought I felt like she was one of the characters that wouldn't compromise on her morals, but here we are. All right. Well,
giving presents.
That's probably the place to call it, huh?
Indeed. As we get ready to look into chapter 4.
Yeah, we'll just... All right.
Pretty good, though.
Oh.
I still hold. I think you did quite well on that one, but I still think that one was way less handholdy than 1 and 2. I
Oh,
really liked
definitely.
Chapter 3's murder.
Much less handholdy.
You have to really think for that one.
Yeah, no, a lot of it. I mean, I feel like part of the handholdy of chapter 1 and 2 is they're introducing a lot of mechanics to you, so it makes it very easy to determine what you have to do next. Because anytime they're like, would you like to learn about this new mechanic? Then you're like, okay, so I obviously am going to have to like use this in the trial soon. But that one was a lot less. There was only one. There was one thing they introduced, and I don't even remember what it was.
It was reloading bullets.
That's right, reloading
bullet time
bullets.
battle.
Yep. Which that wasn't even like one of the things of like deduction. That was just you have to reload bullets now to make it more hasteful. So yeah, no, I'm proud of myself for that one because I was paranoid going into it that this one was going to be one that I struggled a little bit more with for that reason because I felt like the tutorial was kind of over at this point. But no, I did fairly all right. So, actually, I didn't do fairly all right. I got a full A on it. I don't know what I'm talking about. I did literally the best I could have. I did.
It's true.
So yeah. All right. What are we doing for
now we got rid of those stupid characters. Sorry. I won't elaborate on who. Well, I don't know if Jordan's doing Saturday Slay the Princess or not. I would assume... I don't think so. I don't think so this week, but maybe. I don't know. Tomorrow, a new video drops. Prepare for that one.
Yeah.
Get your affairs in order. Sunday should just be back to this.
Yep.
And then Tuesday, Dark Souls 2, Sorcery Only continues.
I do have to say, 1 week from now, we probably won't be able to do this because I think I have a final.
Oh my gosh.
I have a final that I have to do in the evening. Now, that's the thing is, it might not be in the evening. I'm not sure. I need to double check. But we'll see. We'll see.
Yeah.
But that one's not because like I'm sick or anything. That's just because of an actual real world. Well, I mean, being sick is a real world complication, but like, see, the sickness is like that has a chance of carrying over into other ones. That is just a thing that's happening on that specific day. So next Sunday we should be fine unless Pertuset gets sick.
I don't get sick, except for when I got bronchitis. Okay, I get sick one time a year. That is it exclusively.
This year has been an off year for me, man. I've been sick 3 times. One time I don't believe interfered with streaming, but obviously the first big one at the beginning of the year when we were still doing Umi, that got me hard. And now this one that happened starting last Wednesday got me hard too. Normally I'm like you, I only ever get sick like 1 time. But nah, this year's hitting me hard for some reason. I don't know why.
Gotta get more hand sanitizer.
Gotta eat more hand sanitizer.
Yes. Speaking of which, if you eat hand sanitizer, make sure to like the video. Get a comment. Tell us
at least one like.
Let's see. Tell us who are you the happiest is dead and why? Doesn't have to be someone that died in this episode or this trial.
This was my sad trial for me. I liked Celeste.
So he's probably not going to put Celeste, but he can put somebody that he's really glad is dead.
If I had to choose between Hifumi and Taka, it probably would be Hifumi.
Mine probably got to be the Pope.
I don't what?
All right, cut it. Cut it.